I got a God complex. Haters love to hate, but I never feel pressed. Got a lot on my plate, but I never get stressed. I'll take all the pressure like I'm acing this test. Tear it up like I'm Jason. I see the world like it's ready for the taking. I see this place like a game I'm playing. Straight to the bank to collect my payments. No negotiations, it's my way, I was born impatient. And like a damn Freemason, I'll run this nation.
You call me a god. You call me a god. You call me a god. You call me a god.
I don't know how to stop. I just go till I drop. Whether it's working or shots, give it all that I got. You can watch me work in my element. Anyone in the way is irrelevant. You wanna cross me, cool, not intelligent. Cause I don't forget shit like an elephant. Go ahead and tempt me, put it on the line and you'll come up empty. If I got time, I'm deadly. Never caught off guard, no, I'm always ready. I got a hand real steady. Look me in the eye and you'll see no hezzy. About to get real messy. I'll put you in a grid 6 feet like Kenny. To the top, got a filled up engine. In my thoughts, obsession. I will not stop, no, I'm never second guessing. I got a God complex. Haters love to hate, but I never feel pressed. Got a lot on my plate, but I never get stressed. I'll take all the pressure like I'm acing this test. Tear it up like I'm Jason. I see the world like it's ready for the taking. I see this place like a game I'm playing. Straight to the bank to collect my payments. No negotiations, it's my way, I was born impatient. And like a damn Freemason, I'll run this nation.
You call me a god. You call me a god. You call me a god. You call me a god.
I don't know how to stop. I just go till I drop. Whether it's working or shots, give it all that I got. You can watch me work in my element. Anyone in the way is irrelevant. You wanna cross me, cool, not intelligent. Cause I don't forget shit like an elephant. Go ahead and tempt me, put it on the line and you'll come up empty. If I got time, I'm deadly. Never caught off guard, no, I'm always ready. I got a hand real steady. Look me in the eye and you'll see no hezzy. About to get real messy. I'll put you in a grid 6 feet like Kenny. Fuel to the top, got a filled up engine. In my thoughts, obsession. I will not stop, no, I'm never second guessing. I got a God complex. Haters love to hate, but I never feel pressed. Got a lot on my plate, but I never get stressed. I'll take all the
What up,
like I'm
Nine?
this test. Tear it up like I'm Jason. I see the world like it's ready for the
Trapaholics Mixtapes.
As the 9% and word would say, make a better you, a better us.
Give them what they ask for.
Who do you think you are? I'm the word. Boy, I'm the one who put in the work.
When I move, is it a quick rumble? I won't ever fall, never stumble. And I don't need to be humble. Break down walls like Jericho crumble.
What up, though? It's the word. You see the title. We about to get into it. But before we get into that, let me get into the chat. Stoic, my 9. What up, though? What up, though, Stoic? Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Hey, y'all, do me a favor, too. If you're watching this on replay or if you're catching it live, look, it's free to you, but it means a lot to me. Hit that like for me. And if you can, share it out, you know. You never know who this message might resonate with. So today we're going to talk about ye are divine beings having a human experience. You're more than what you know. You're more than what you know. Commander, what up, 9? Minister of General Defense is in the building. That's my 9. Stop playing with me. What up, 9? Appreciate you. Yeah, so oftentimes, you know, people have been rocking out over here. You know, when people ask me what my religion is or how do I identify myself, I always say I'm a divine being having a human experience. You know, and not to get that mistaken, I'm not calling myself God. Nah, but I know what I am. I'm an aspect of God. I'm a fragment. I'm a piece of it. I'm a piece of the divine creator. All religion, all spirituality systems have one thing in common. They all tell you you have a soul, right? That's all I'm saying. I live from the inside out, not the outside in. I used to live from the outside in. And it's hard because the outside world is our reality, right? That's what we interact with our 5 senses most commonly is the outside world, right? So it's easy to fall victim or even indulge into a lot of the flesh, right? But even the Bible say the flesh is wicked, right? We born into sin. You know, that's all these different concepts telling us when we live from the outside in, that's when we suffer the most. But when we live from the inside out, that's when we find that peace, that joy. You know, we try to find it on the outside and pull it inside of ourselves. That's why so many people suffer and never find it. And when they do find it like that, it's only temporary. They need something else, another source. When you are the source of love, happiness, that's what your soul is. That's that fragment of God. That's that divine spark. Right? That's what that is. Dee. Yeah, go back to work, bro. Don't get in trouble, man. Don't get in trouble. Nah, this will be here, bro. This will be here. Go ahead and do your thing, brother. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. But that's what that is. You know, all these religions, you know, the way of Jesus Christ, the way of Buddha, all these things tell you to live from the inside out. Start with compassion and love for yourself and give it to your neighbor. Give it to your brother. All these teachings tell us that we go suffer in the flesh. Physically, we go suffer. Jesus died on the cross for our sins. Right? So when we know we go suffer when we live in the flesh. So all the teachings, all the laws, all the rules are strict for what? To tell us how to do things, right? Because that's what determines the inside is the deeds we do. That's how you can tell a person's character by their action. So what is the character? You know, if you look at the etymology of the word psychology, it was when psychology was created, they were studying the soul. And later on it evolved to consciousness. Right? But the word psychology, the root, the etymology of the creation of the word psychology means to study the soul. Frankie Blanco, what up, though? Appreciate you, my brother. Appreciate you, Mr. 33 himself. What up, 9? Appreciate you. Frankie, that was fire, bro. I listened to that last track you made. That was fire, bro. That was definitely fire. But all these teachings tell you to do this. It gives you structure, right? So you won't fall victim of the flesh. That's what all these teachers do, telling you to give up worldly things. Be in the world, but not of the world. They telling you to sacrifice these material things and focus on being a good person, sharing, loving, caring. Because when you die, that's how you elevate. That's how you get to heaven. That's how you get to the promised land, right? By doing the good deeds on earth. So what is that? What is that? If we on earth, why shouldn't we indulge into these material things? Ain't that why we're here? We should be indulging in this. We should be chasing the money. We should be chasing the power, the respect. So why do all these spiritual and religious practices tell us not to? They tell us that's the sin, the flesh. That living in the flesh is a sin. So when I say I'm a divine being having a human experience, I'm that fragment. We are that fragment of God. We all got a different piece of God. That's why we all different. We all got our own special, unique experiences we meant to have down here. But instead of fulfilling those things that our soul set out to do, we indulge in the flesh. We indulge in it. We sin. We become glutton, lustful, envious, jealous, spiteful, wrathful. We do all that. That's what the flesh, that's living on the outside in, that's what it does. The world is wicked because of what people produced in it. People value material more than human life. We all say we spirits or we have souls and we come from one divine being, but then we break off in races. Because you this race, I don't supposed to like you, or because you that race, I ain't supposed to like you. Even though we all come from the same creator. That's what living in the flesh does. That's why I say I'm a divine being having a human experience. I don't subjugate myself to just my flesh. I know what I am, and I know what I had to experience as a black man, but I'm not, just because people do things to me, that don't mean I'm going to do things to them. That's not what the teachings say. I done practice Buddhism. I done practice Christianity, Hebrewism, Voodoo, Taoism, Hinduism. I practice it, and they all have similarities. Be a good person. That's what when you practicing it, that's what you learn. No matter how different or ways they have, it all summed up to one thing: just be a good person, man. Be a good person. Be good to yourself and be good to others. See, a lot of people don't know how to be good to themselves because they don't know what they are. They think I'm just human. The word sin in Hebrew means to fall short, right? So limited yourself to just a human, that's the sin itself. Listen to what I'm telling you. You limit yourself to just the flesh, that's the sin itself. You're falling short. You are much more. Much more. You just have to be aware. And once you're aware, you have to do the right thing. There's a reason you feel good when you do good things. Because that's divine. You're on the right path. That's what you were sent here to do. There's a reason you feel bad when you do fucked up things. That's our inner soul talking to it. Most people are at conflict with themselves. And what it is the soul and the spirit. Two different aspects of yourself. When they talk about a trinity, I can give you the trinity. your soul, your spirit, and your flesh. That's the Trinity. Soul, spirit, flesh. Each aspect of those have a specific. They have a specific function. I always explain it like your soul is your navigation system. Your spirit is the engine. And your flesh is the vehicle. But most people be at conflict. Their soul and their spirit be at conflict. Because one or the other is living in the flesh. If it's the soul or if it's the spirit, your consciousness. So even if you put it in a more simpler understanding, think of it like this, right? Your emotions, the way you feel and the way you think. If we want to take the woo-woo out of it, we will take the soul and the spirit out, right? But the way you feel, your emotion, and the way you think, your consciousness, and then your flesh. So if the way you feel about things is different from the way you think about things, you're going to be at conflict in your actions. That's the flesh aspect, is what you do, because the way you feel and the way you think influences what you do. I even came up with, I was trying to understand how to sync the two. 755 in the building. My bad, y'all. I ain't even in the chat. What up, though? 755 in the building. Miss Chicago. What up, though? Hold on, let me look. Hotep family, aka what up, though? My bad. I feel we create our own reality. Yes. Experience. I feel the mind is created with divine dark matter. That is why it's so powerful, and they can't understand it. Yeah, consciousness is your spirit. That's why it can't be. I mean, you can scan the brain. They got like EGDs and what's the other one? EGD, and there's another one where they can map your brain pattern, and they know different parts of the brain are responsible for things, but they still can't measure consciousness. That's because that's your spirit, man. That's literally your spirit, your consciousness. That's your spirit. That's how we understood it back in the day. When you look at ancient Kemetic teachings, even when you look at occult, the occult science, that's what they teach you. When you look at metaphysics, your consciousness is your spirit. That's the direct. Your soul and your spirit is this. Think of it like this. This is the easiest way I can explain it. You incomplete. When we come into this body, we're incomplete. And the reason we're here, the experience is to become complete. This was the teachings of Jesus. If you look through the book of Thomas or in the book of Mary Magdalene, these was the teachings of Jesus, how to combine your heart with your mind. That was the teachings of Jesus. That's what he was telling you. Allow the way you feel to help you think. I'm going to give you a blueprint on how to feel and use that to influence your thinking. And if you follow my ways, my light, you follow my teaching on how to feel about things, it will directly affect how you think about things, and that will directly affect how you approach things or how you do things. So if you think about it like this, if you don't like somebody, right, your thoughts are not going to be, how can I help this person? How can I assist this person? How can I better this person? No, your thoughts are going to be, F this person. How can I get away from this person? How can I get rid of this person? That's what your thoughts going to be. So your feelings influence your thoughts. This is the problem, right? This is the problem. One, we don't identify why we feel the way we feel often. Most people, when they feel something, they just run with it. They call it intuition. Well, I feel this way, but they never identify why. That will be called discernment. Once you identify why you feel that way, because you might be feeling that way and you can be wrong. You can be totally wrong. Why you feel a way about a person, a place, or a thing, you can be wrong. So if you don't identify why you feel that way, what often happens is it corrupts the way you think. Now you have a preconception on the subject or person, place, or thing. Now you have a whole preconception of it because of a wrong feeling. The way we think is supposed to interact with the way we feel. The way we feel is supposed to interact with the way we think. They one thing, but they separated. And until we bring them back together, we'll never be whole. You call it the Holy Spirit. I call it the whole spirit. Combining the consciousness or the spirit with the emotions or the soul. Once those two are in line and are working together, now my actions is go produce something divine. But that take work. That take work. So it's easier to cop out just to say I believe in Jesus. But that's not the way. Like, what was that dude's name? He was asking me what the scripture mean. And basically he was saying when Jesus said, I am the way, I am the light. The only way to the Father is through me. Yeah, I know what that means, bro. I practiced that. I understand the way of Jesus. I don't just say I believe in Jesus. I don't believe in nothing. But I know the benefits of it. So I practice that. The ways of Jesus. I can't be Jesus. I ain't perfect. You know, people say Jesus is perfect. I know I'm not perfect. I ain't even trying to be perfect. I'm just trying to be better today than I was yesterday. It's progression over perfection. So that's how I walk. Just to become a better version of myself every day. Even if it's a 0.5% improvement, it's still an improvement. So that's the goal. But people cop out and just say, I believe. But you still gotta be. You gotta be Christ-like. You know, Brother Gary always say, be Christ-like. You know, you saying that you believe in Jesus ain't good enough. You gotta walk the walk. Imagination is unmeasurable beyond science and quantum. Yeah. It defies space and time. Commander, I feel great. I just had a checkup today. My heart is like, that's what's up, 755. That's what's up. That's what I love to hear. That means if you do the work like Jesus, you will be on the right path. And that's all it really is. It's just, look, it's not, we make it hard. We make it harder than what it got to be. We really do. You know, we find reasons to do unscrupulous things. We find justification. Well, I ain't gonna say we people. You know, we don't do it over here. We find reasons, but that's what people do. You know, they find reasons to do. You know, even like if I'm sitting up here, like when I tell people I'm a divine being having a human experience, they try to make me feel bad for saying that, and I'm like, bro, that's how I identify myself because that's how I am. When I tell people I have a relationship with God, I don't need a book. Do I use the book? Yeah, but I don't need it. That's what I'm telling you. I got a relationship with my creator. And it don't matter what I choose to call it. I believe in something higher than me. No matter how I choose to perceive it. I don't use anthropomorphism. So you don't hear me saying he, she, it, they. I don't do that. It's beyond my conception of, the best way I can say it is frequency, energy. And I believe in the one divineness. I believe the essence of God is not only in me, but in everything. The grass, the wind, the water, the air, the trees, the animals, the plants, the people. So even though I say I have a divine spark, I'm not saying I'm special or better than anyone. Everything has it. Everything that's in existence has it. Anything that's living has it. That's divine oneness. I go out and ground because I understand the benefits in the grass. And when you in tune, when you really in tune with self, you'll feel it. People say I go outside and I ground and I don't feel nothing. That's because you off, bro. You off. Your frequency off. And it starts with believing. Believe. When you believe, that's just an emotion, bro. But think about your belief is the way you feel about something. Belief is not that's a feeling. It's an emotion. That's something people choose to do. And the stronger you feel, the more powerful it is. Like Gary always say, if you go into a marriage with a prenup, you already preparing for something bad to happen, right? Same concept. If you go practice these spiritual practices with the notion it don't work, instead of being open to it work, you go find reasons why it don't. And everything takes practice. You ever play baseball, you want to hit home runs off rip. You had to learn how to choke up on the bat. You had to learn how to shift them hips, how to twist on that back foot to get the inside. But the more you practice it, the better you get at, the easier it is. That's with anything. That's with anything. So just knowing stuff is not good enough. It's the practice of things that gives you the understanding that leads to the understanding that leads to the overstanding. It's the practice that leads to the comprehension of what it is. This is why you have definition, and this is why you have meanings. It's the experience. But if you say you're a heathen having a crash out of spirit, they clap, and that's facts right there. My bad. I didn't even know I didn't put the link in the chat. Let me put the link in the chat. I'm done cooking. I think I said everything I wanted to say. I actually had some slides. I just didn't. I'll probably go do a part 2 to this. I just didn't. I was going through some family stuff, and I had to recenter myself. But I definitely wanted to talk about this tonight. Because we are much more than what. And don't let nobody tell you what you are. No matter what you. That's like when people come over here. I don't care if they believe in Buddha, Allah. I don't never have a problem with what people believe in until they weaponize it against me. When you weaponize it, then we have an issue. But if that's what makes you a better version, I'm all for it because that's what it's about. We gonna all have different vehicles, right? I can rock out with anybody with any belief, long as they don't try to push it on me. I don't care what you believe in. I don't care what you do, long as it ain't crazy and unscrupulous. Y'all know what unscrupulous mean, right? Yeah, as long as it ain't unscrupulous, then we good to go. Riders, what up, though, sis? Yeah, as long as it ain't unscrupulous, we good. But, I don't judge people. I don't, my bad, I'm trying to pin the link real quick. Yeah, I don't judge people. I don't try to tear people down, their belief system or nothing like. Riaz come over here, and I don't, I never got into it with Riaz. Me and Riaz never went back and forth. Because that's what's giving him structure and guidance in life. And that's why I talk about what I talk. I like talking about tangible things. Like, what can we do? Let's talk about perception. How can we identify the way we feel? I like talking about stuff. I like talking about behavior. Let's break down projection. People, that's one of the things people always say, but as a person is explaining it, I'd be like, damn, you don't see that shit in yourself. Everything that we do is projection. Even what I'm talking now, this is what's I'm projecting what's on the inside of me to you. I'm projecting my thoughts. I'm projecting the way I feel about things. That's all. Everything is projection. It's not if a person is projection. The question should be, what are they projecting? Right? I like talking about stuff like that. That's tangible. And that's informational. That can help us not only understand ourselves, but understand people. And that's how we get down. Honestly, that's the problem. People don't take the time out to understand themselves, let alone understand other people. So that's why we tend to fall prey of the wrong people. And most people don't even see it coming. People keep asking, well, why are people doing this to me? Why? Because you lining yourself up. These are the like, bro, look, I don't expect nothing from people but who they are. Once I see who a person is, you can't expect nothing more from them than what they're willing to give you. So if they doing unscrupulous shit to other people, eventually it's just gonna be your turn. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. So that my soul moves up to the next level. I am not repeating lessons this time. And that's what it is, 755. That's what it is. And we be tested, man. We be tested. I'm being tested right now, and y'all just don't know it, man. I am so being tested. We get tested. But those tests is what make us elevate. Pain is only the byproduct of pain, strength. Think about anything that was painful to you that you overcame, you became stronger. Even it's times I am more physically weaker than I was, but I'm more mentally stronger. I'm more spiritually stronger, even though I'm physically weaker than what I was when I went through, my experience. I'm more physically weak. I accept that. But I'm more mentally stronger and I'm more spiritually strong. The body is only temporary. The body go get weak. But the mind and the soul, that's internal. And that's a double entendre. When I say the mind and the soul is internal, that's a double entendre. Atmosphere, my guy. What up, though? That's definitely a double entendre. Your mind and soul is internal. So the things that hurt us physically makes us mentally and emotionally stronger. I'm going to say can, because sometimes they can break people now. I ain't going to lie to you. I ain't going to sit up here and give you no foo-foo. They can break people. You can be broken on all three levels. But just know this, the body is temporary. So eventually, guess what? That's going to wear down, that's going to break down. But the more we endure, the stronger we can become. Remember, adversity is an opportunity. What you do with that opportunity, though. That pain is an opportunity. It's just what you do with it. Do you use that opportunity to become stronger, or do you let that opportunity break you? You got two options. It's either going to make you stronger or it's going to break you. But if you only think you're human, that's why people suffer. And they become bitter because they focus solely on the flesh. They focus solely on the flesh. That's why our ancestors were so mentally and spiritually strong because they knew all this. They knew it. So they knew whatever they endured on this physical plane, it was going to make them stronger for the next plane. So that's why they endured. That's why they overcame. You know, like 755 said, I ain't about to do all this. So I'm here to experience this, learn these lessons, and elevate to the next level. Just like school. You know, but people get stuck in that spin cycle, keep making the same mistake, never learn a lesson, never elevate, become bitter and hateful. That's what your frequency low when you pass away, when you leave, when the flesh finally shut down and your frequency low. That's why you get stuck here. You get stuck in the cycle. You got to elevate it. You got to raise the frequency so when it leave the flesh, it just shoot up. You only can do that one way. You only gonna do that one way. You got to expel the hate. You got to let it go. Not beneficial for you. And you go keep encountering it. It's not going to stop because the whole game is to not let you elevate. That's the whole game. It's to keep you into that reincarnation cycle. This is why people look, man. This is why people should. Listen. I'm probably gonna have to do a show on reincarnation one day, just to show you in all these different Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity, all these things tell you the same thing about reincarnation or about the afterlife. Even the Torah. The Torah tell you a place about purgatory, right? There's a waiting place for your soul when you pass away. There's no heaven and hell in the Torah. You don't go to heaven in the Torah. You don't go to hell in the Torah. You go to purgatory. That's a place that's like a waiting station. Because if you don't elevate yourself here, you got to go there. And the afterlife in the Torah is the garden. In ancient Kemet, they take your heart out and weigh it against the feather. Listen to what I'm telling you. In ancient Egypt, in ancient Kemet, your deeds, the things you did while you was alive, was weighed through your heart. And if it was lighter than a feather, then that you were allowed into the garden. The afterlife. If it was heavier, then Samek eats you. So the deeds, the way you live, was you a righteous person? It wasn't about how much you can obtain. It wasn't about that. It was about what you did and why you did it. You can do bad things for good reasons and do good things for bad reasons. Everything is about intent. And ignorance is ignorance, you know. Sometimes we don't know. That's why we mess up, so we can learn. Willful ignorance is a sin. Willful ignorance is a sin, but not ignorance. Ignorance ain't no sin. Osiris, Asar. Yeah, Asar. They use Ma'at feather. You got to go in front of Asar or Osiris. And you got to get your heart weighed on a scale of Ma'at. And take one of her feathers. And if your heart is lighter than the feather, then you can go into the afterlife. But it's what we do. You know, that's why I was telling Commander. One of the things I've been practicing is loving even though I'm being hated. If you can learn how to love when all you receive is hate, you're on your way. Because your love can outshine that hate. And it's hard, you know what I'm saying? It's hard, but it's doable. It's definitely doable. Definitely doable. But it's hard, you know. It ain't gonna be easy. It ain't gonna be fun. But ain't that what Jesus did? Ain't that what Jesus did? No matter how much people hate him, he loved. That's what Buddha did too. Buddha did it too. Buddha was a real person. Did y'all know that? Y'all know Buddha was a real person walking this earth? Yeah. If you can love while you being hated, you're on your way. You're on your way. Because the hate ain't going nowhere. Right? Hate is not going nowhere. I just painted this energy 9%. Oh, I gotta see that. I definitely gotta see that. Hate ain't going nowhere, you know. But we don't need it to go nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Because check this out. I noticed this too in life. A lot of people can't be around me. My personality, I am a man of few words in real life. It's just my energy. A lot of people, like fake people who hate, they can't be around me. And then like people will try to get under my skin once. This is the thing, when people try to get under your skin and they don't get under your skin, you actually get under their skin. Right? And they don't like that. So those people usually, start shying away. And it's just being a light. Look, when you the light, this is what's gonna happen, right? You gonna draw people to you, good and bad. The people come with good intent, they gonna come into your midst and they gonna be warmed by your flames. The people who come with bad intent, they gonna get their ass burnt. So just be the light. The good people will come and benefit from it. The bad people will come and get their ass burnt. They get their ass burnt. So don't worry about the bad. We know we prepared for it, and I prepared you for it. We warriors too. We don't run from no smoke. We just fight differently, right? We don't gotta get down and dirty. We just fight differently. We do a keto. We do a keto and judo. We ain't gotta get down in the mud with the swine. Because people go hate, man. The brighter your light be, the more people gonna try to either take it away or extinguish it. People, it always behooves me. Like when you first meet somebody and they leave with insults, and I'm looking like, I be thinking like, bro, they raised you like I don't believe people parents really raised them like that. I try to give people benefit of the doubt, right? But I be thinking that like, how you just meet somebody and you leave with disrespect? Like your lack of social intelligence just shows me you haven't been far in life. But it's all projection. That's what's inside. I always tell people the only thing people can produce outside of them is what's inside of them. So like when I see people like that, I already understand. And on here, them people try to put on shows. So if you participate in it, then you just part of the show. That's what it is. You just become part of the show. Some people don't know no better. They can't do no better because they don't know no better. So you can't blame people for being. Look, if a person is living in poverty, I don't blame them. That's just their situation. Now, if they ask for help, then we can do that. But if they making the best of that experience, then I ain't dealing with them. I don't feel bad for not dealing with them. But people go, oh, you think you better. You goddamn right. You damn right. I think I'm better because I'm doing better. So I don't think I know I'm better. If I'm doing better, then that's just what it is. And guess what? It's people doing better than me. And that inspires me to do even better because I know there's levels to it. There's levels to it. But that's how feeble-minded people think. Oh, we all the same. No, we not. No, we ain't the same. No, we all ain't the same. No, I'm not. No. I work too goddamn hard to put myself in the position I'm in. No, I'm not the same. And I'm not settling for that. Why settle for someone else's mediocrity? I don't put my limitations on nobody else. Just because I can't see across the street, I'm not gonna say Gary can't. I'm not gonna do that. Nah, man. Ain't no more participation trophies, bro. That shit, nah. That's not helpful. That's hindering people, but by making excuses. Oh, well, we all a work in progress. Yeah, but some of us did a lot more work. So no, you can't compare me. Yeah, I can admit I'm a work in progress, but I put a whole hell of a lot of work in, and you ain't even start. So we ain't the same. That's how it be. Like, nah, man. No, you ain't even trying. You just keep thinking about trying. You know how people make New Year's resolutions and never do the shit? Yeah, nah, I'm straight. We get shit done. We hold ourselves accountable. We make mistakes, yeah, we correct them and move forward and just keep it going. I ain't gonna keep making the same damn mistake over and 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 over. No, I ain't gonna keep doing it. We make the mistake. You might make the same mistake a couple times. You might make the same mistake in different ways. But long as you correcting it and learning from it, that's progression. Mistakes go happen. It's not about making them, it's about correcting them and moving forward and not continuously. But if you continuously getting in the, like I give you an example. I always use myself, right? I dated the same type of women 3 times in a row, right? And the first 2 times, I'm like, man, these women crazy as hell. The third time, I'm like, nah, I'm the crazy one. I'm the crazy one because I keep picking the same type of women. Like I see it before it happened. So I know better, but I'm not doing better. So I have to do better. If I subjugate myself to some low bottom shit, I can't blame the environment or the shit I'm in. I gotta blame myself for subjugating myself to it, for not building myself better than that. This is what people don't want to do. People don't want to do that. That's work. It's easy to blame this person, that person. It's easy to do that. But you gonna keep finding people to blame. You gonna have to keep finding people. When it don't work out your way, you gonna have to keep finding people to blame. Instead of saying, hey, I'm the problem. Let me fix me. Let me fix my perception. Let me fix the way I look at stuff. Trying this line. The overflow always starts with their no true word. They do not like that. No, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, and like that this whole yeah, man, like even like in real life, man, if you keep having the same experiences, it's because you keep choosing those experiences. You keep putting yourself in position to have those experiences. It's you who has to change. Not the environment, not the people. No, you. And change is very uncomfortable. It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be uncomfortable. Get comfortable being uncomfortable. That's what life is. Life is very fucking uncomfortable. It's going to be things that happen to us that it's going to hurt like hell. It's going to hurt. That all this is given. So if we know all this, this is why we're supposed to enjoy the good times. This is why we're supposed to take the opportunity to create good things, because we know it's bad things. So why not create something to offset it? That's our divinity. We have those capabilities. Or we can just go with the flow. Accept mediocrity. Make excuses. Become bitter. Man, I used to be like, you ever meet somebody old mad at somebody and you realize the person ain't mad at dead? Like, how you mad at somebody dead? Like, it's over. They not here. Let it go. Nah, I can't let it go. Nah, bro. That's no way to live. That's really no way to live. That's you holding yourself down. This is why I tell you, forgiveness is not to lift the burden off of whoever did something to you. That's not what forgiveness is. Forgiveness is for you to heal and for you to move forward. So you don't forgive people to lift the burden off of them. You forgive people to take your power back, to let it go and move forward. You learn from it. You don't forget. We talked about that a couple times. No, you don't forget. You know why? Because if you forget, you will not have learned the lesson that the experience was meant to teach. So it's impossible for you to forget, but you can forgive to move forward, to heal, to move past it. And the best way to do it is to extract that lesson, is to learn. What up, though?
What up, though? What up, though? You was cooking. I had to leave you up there for a little bit.
Nah, I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate it. I'm just talking about.
Nah, man. It's one thing to talk. It's another thing to be observant and really see what you talking about, right? You was talking about participation trophies, right? There's so many people that has participation trophies, but they ain't getting no moral victories out of it. So what's the point of playing?
Just to say I played.
I was there, so as I understand. So what that means, you know what I mean?
Present. I was present.
Look, I wasn't even present. I was there. I was there. I was there. You know, it's just amazing, right? Because you see so many people, they go through situations, right, and they get mad because they have inconsistent results. But it's your inconsistent actions that get you to the results that you get.
Yeah. And that's the bro, you want to hear something crazy? So I was before the show started, I went outside and I'm hitting the block and I look across the street and I see this shadow that the tree is making, and it looked like a man standing on a curve, like with one foot into the street, like tiptoeing in the street. And every time the leaves blow, the leg look like it's going back and forth, like it's about to step in the street, about to step out, step in the street, step out. And I'm like, damn, this is what people do. I had a show 2 years ago said you can't tip your foot in the sea of change or something like that. Basically, I was saying like you can't put your foot in and then take it out. If you're trying to change, you gotta go all in. You gotta go all in. You know, you can't go back and forth. You know, that's why people fail at so many things. They go back and forth. 1 minute you want to be a better person, next minute you want to be thugged out. 1 minute you want to be a priest, the next minute you're a thug or you're a mass serial killer. Like 1 minute you intellectual, the next minute is MF this, you know, N-word this. Like, you know, you gotta pick something and commit to it. You know what I'm saying? Like I got different sides of me. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I am me at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? What I show you is what you get. Now I tell you, if you piss me off, then you'll see another side of me. But I'm not going back and forth with that. I'm telling you, that's a cause and effect factor. That's an outside stimulant. That's a defense mechanism. That's how I defend myself, is by going into badass mode. That's how that's who defends me. But normally, if I don't have that stimulant, then I'm just me. So it's no tiptoeing. I ain't on here trying to be gangster, none of that. I can't teach self-improvement but be a thug at the same time. Nah, man.
Ozzy, what up, though?
Oi, oi, oi. No, you can't do that. You can't be Billy Badass 1 minute and then Metatron the next. Know who Metatron is, but no, you can't do all that.
No, I know what you're saying. It's like you can't be Dr. Banner and then the Hulk at the same time. I don't care what Marvel tell you. If you got that type of balance, that's wonderful. But you don't have that type of balance, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna tell you straight up, you can't serve two masters. That's exactly what it means. You gonna love one or hate the other, or you're gonna hate the other, love the one. But however you view it, it's gonna be that way. That's why it tells you choose each day who you serve. Choose who you gonna serve and serve them. Which one of those entities you want to be with? You want to be with that right one or the left one? I ain't saying which is bad or not. Y'all figure that out. But that just goes to show me. That's why I know some people peace is chaos. Right?
Yeah, that's what's inside of them. Hold
Mhm.
on. Here she go. Lady Nine or so. What up, Nine?
What up, Nines?
I gave you
You're
another
up.
nickname.
What's that?
I gave you Lady Nine. I done gave you
Lady
another
of the
nickname.
Nine? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Not Lady of the Night, y'all. Not Lady of the Night.
Lady of the Nine.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Keep on.
Hey, Anita.
Anita in the
How are
building.
you?
What up, Betty Piper?
Anita.
I hope you feel good, sis.
Nah,
Anita Sweet.
it's just crazy, right? Like you got so many people that you know they want to be on this side, and then soon as something triggers them, they want to go back to the other side. Like, no, you gotta fight this thing, man. Either you fight it or you succumb to it. Which one you want to do?
Can y'all hear me? Because I'm
I hear you.
outside. Okay,
Yeah.
I might cook for a minute. But this is why it's important understanding what you are, because now you have structure. You know, you have an understanding of an obligation. Like I'm a divine being having a human experience. I have to show that. I'm obligated to show people what that is now. I hold myself to a higher standard. You see what I'm saying? And that's what gives you the discipline, bro. But if you just think you're human and have a soul and you are born to sin, that's just what you go do, bro. That's what people always, I'm born to sin. You know, I was born to sin. Man, I don't believe none of that shit. That's some shit they told y'all. I was born in no goddamn sin. I was born in divinity. I'm supposed to do right. And that's divinely. I have to do right. And when I do wrong, I suffer. I know that for a fact. That's my life experience. When I do wrong, I
See,
suffer on so many fucking levels. And
that's
I
why
don't
I
like
tell
suffering.
you I can't do revenge because I already know it doesn't work for me.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the way the universe is in my world. It does not work for me. Which, you know what,
And
is a
I
good
think
thing because it's an easy choice. Boom. I already know.
there you go. You obligated, but that's your divine. And if you probably don't even know what it is, you just know what it is. I know that probably ain't make sense. I know
Nah,
that
that
probably
makes
ain't make
sense.
sense. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what it is, but you know what it is. That's
You
why you
don't
do
know,
what you
but you
do.
know, right?
You don't,
Yesterday,
yeah.
a lady told me, "Oh, you're so positive, right?" Because like there's something going on, and I said, "You know what? I already know." I'm smiling because I already know when someone does me wrong, like good comes from it. Like I get blessed. Like it's just that's the way it is. And she's like, "Oh, you're so positive. It's because you're so positive." No, it's not because I'm positive. It's because I know that's what happens. Like it's a fact. It's been proven to me. So I already know. It's not even that I'm positive. It's just like it's like knowing. I don't know how to explain it. You just know. Like so, it makes me like yes, it's kind of messed up, but once I think about like, oh, I already know what's coming, then you can have a smile on your face and be like, it's gonna be all right. It's cool.
But it's more of
Yeah.
your experience that allows you to know, right? It's like if we're gonna use word logic, right? To believe means you have doubt, right? But the more experience you have with that situation is no longer a belief. Now it becomes a knowing thing, right? How has it become knowing? Because you have experienced it enough to know that it can either go this way or it's going to go that way. So now you elevate it from the belief part to a knowing part. So that's just the way some of this stuff goes. If it goes that way, then you have enough experience to say, I already know where this is going to go. And then you still got to do the work because you don't want it to go the opposite way that you that you would want it to go, right? Because it can go left or it can go right. If I want to be on the right track, I'm gonna work for it to be on the right track and not go on the left track. You see what I mean? All of that occurs when you have the opportunity to experience the test. Once you experience the test, it now becomes a testimony. Once the testimony is done, now you know you have the experience. Now you are knowing the results of your test, and you know you could pass with flying colors if you do it right.
There you go.
Ozzy. Oi. Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check.
What up, Ozzy? For once, it's working on the first
I've
one.
I've had a little bit of luck the last couple of nights. It seems to, I don't know, maybe the wind's blowing a different direction. Not sure. Well, actually, I stopped wearing my tinfoil hat, so maybe that's what happened.
That's probably what it is.
I've legit got a tinfoil hat. I've legit got one. I don't know if I ever showed you. I don't want to derail the conversation, but I'll tell you. One night I was on Speaks panel, and this guy came on, a newcomer, and he was a real conspiracy theorist, and so I couldn't help myself. I wrapped a roll of tinfoil around my head and made it into a point, and went live on camera. And it's, you know, you do one thing like that and it sticks with you. Everyone knows you as the bloke with a tinfoil hat.
And the robe. Don't forget the robe.
Well, there's, yeah, I know. There's, yeah, well, there is that too. You know, maybe I could combine them and make a super meme. I mean.
Yeah, you can make a foil robe.
Oh, I was thinking a tinfoil hat and a foil robe. That would be. I can see that, actually. I can see that. Just don't go out in the sun because you cook yourself. But, you know, that I could see that. I could see that working.
Oh, well, they do have those foil blankets, like the camping ones, the survival ones.
True.
I got 2 of those. I got a couple. I got 2.
Yeah, nice one.
You know, we're in Michigan. You know, you might break down in the winter.
Yeah. I've heard of people like walking home drunk and they fall asleep in a ditch somewhere, and you know, the cold does them in. But I was brought up by what you guys were talking about. It was really interesting because just on a personal level, I've probably been. You were talking about serving one master. You know, I think that when you were talking, I thought of that phrase, "You can't serve 2 masters," and then Gary said it. And I thought, okay, then I'll come up and listen, because I had a little bit of that myself, kind of recently trying to figure out exactly what, like I hear Word talking about effectively having a calling, you know. I think there's a lot of power in that because it's like your mental resources, your emotional, your psychological resources, when they're all going in one direction, I think that's, you're basically unstoppable if you like that. So, yeah, and I think I've been a bit hesitant in certain directions, and I've been kind of threatening to accept a certain pathway, and I don't know what the hesitancy is, you know.
It could be
Wait, say that
worriation.
again?
It could be worriation, though. He's saying that he don't know why he's being hesitant about whatever path he's going to take, pretty much.
Oh, okay.
Well, let's say, Gary, for example, I appreciate that. Let's say, here's an example. I was talking to Katie the other night about this. There's some things going down here in Australia on the politically correct side of things. You know, there's some major topics that are really hot, and they're probably hot everywhere. And I've taken I've formed a certain stance on that in a certain position, and I think the issue is really important. Probably one of the most important things of our time. And if, for example, I was to do some streaming addressing these topics from my point of view, I would feel like that was the right thing to do, but I could probably guarantee that quite a few people close to me, that I would lose them. on some sort of ideological basis, and that's the
Did you
part I
get in
think.
trouble? Did you get
Did
in
I get in trouble? The way things are going, they're probably not. But the issues are so hot that it is possible, because we aren't as bad as England here in Australia, but we do have, like, say for example, you have people violently protesting in Melbourne on one side of the subject, and somebody on the other side is there peacefully just standing there. The police will come along and move along the guy who's standing there peacefully, saying, why are you antagonizing these people, right?
Right.
I know I'm being ambiguous, because even my take on some of these subjects, even some people here on panel might not like my perspective, right? So that's kind of the thing where, you know, I think some of these issues are so divisive that to take a stance on them, it's like, imagine a family in America who are all, you know, they're all really liberal, and then one person in the family declares that they support Trump. I've heard of that happening, where, you know, families get sort of torn apart over this. Yeah. It's that kind of thing. There's another panel I go on sometimes. I've mentioned it before, and actually, I mentioned your panel to her. I thought that might be an interesting crossover between yours and hers, but and she was really keen, but I don't know if that'd be. But anyway, she has this one rule that, you know, she'll kick you off, but she won't ban you. Her one rule is, I don't ban anybody, because she wants to have conversations. Now, she's kicked me off a couple of times. I gave her a reason to, but she keeps having me back, and we do have good conversations, like amidst all that. It's so I like that, where you can disagree on really important issues, but you don't end up hating someone just because they have a different opinion.
That sounds like you agreeing to disagree there, Ozzy.
No, it's not. It's called disagreeing, brother.
You know, I've learned to one of the most hardest things is being your authentic self, you know, because, like, even I got ideas and ideologies of my own, you know, and I don't expect people to agree with everything I say. I just want people to respect what I say, you know, respect me, you know. I mean, as long as we can do that, I'll be cool. I don't care what nobody think. What people eat don't make me shit. So, I mean, dude, like,
is that what you said?
Yeah, man. Like, what people like that. I have been in a room with a bunch of racist people, bro, and who just hated, you know, and hated black people, and they couldn't find a reason to hate me. And I ain't agree with half the shit they said. You know, I don't agree with what y'all say. I'm just not gonna get mad, upset, angry, or nah. I mean, if anything, I start humbling people. You know, I mean,
just want to make sure I heard that correctly. And did you say what other people eat don't make me shit?
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking brilliant. I've never heard that before. I'm stealing that. Bro.
but you know what I'm saying? That's real shit, bro. Like, and people, like, for some reason, I've been studying people since I was 11 years old, and it's this one. I mean, I understand it from, like, the insect. The only way I can comprehend it is looking at, like, insects, like how they have a hive mentality. But if we supposed to be so far, I don't understand. Like, if people don't assimilate into a hive, then people just automatically not like people. That shit weird to me. Like, we supposed to be this advanced being, and we still function like insects.
You know, Word, I remember when I was a kid, you know, as a young teenager, first getting into music, because I didn't have any older siblings, so there was no one to introduce me to music. I sort of came late. I had to get to high school and have friends and who had older brothers, and they would introduce us to all the cool bands. I was really surprised that I kind of noticed for a lot of people, if you like one band, you're kind of unallowed to like a different band with a different genre because of, I thought that's fucking weird, man. I'm just, oh, you're part of that team. No, I'm not part of the team. I just like the music, bro.
Right. Like, even think about sports. Like, I can't be a Lions fan and a Bears fan. I can't be a Lakers fan and a Boston fan. Like, hold on, bro. Like, that's why I tell people, don't put me in your boxes, bro. I don't, like, a lot of people can't do that, you know, but I can. So don't put your limitations on me. I don't. That infuriates me. That's how you get under my skin. But
the way I used to nominally support a football club over here called Richmond, the Richmond Tigers. This is Australian rules football, and you know, I was a nominal. You know, if they were playing, I would be rooting for them. But generally, what would happen is, if any game I was watching between any other two teams, the team that was losing at 3/4 time, they were the ones I was going for. Right? I was always rooting for the underdog. I don't know why that. Well, I kind of know why that was, but no, I get you. People. I was talking again about this with Katie last night. That something that Jordan Peterson pointed out was that in most conversations, you can just about predict what the person's going to say next. It's like watching a rom-com movie. I can literally say the next line even if I haven't seen the movie, because they're all the same. And I think most conversations between people follow like you can copy and paste the conversation. It's very rare to have a conversation where people are saying something original and they actually listen to each other and the conversation goes into original material. To me, it's the most refreshing thing in the world. It seems to me what you were saying about hive mind, I'd say, yeah, most people are just playing in, most people just talk like NPCs, non-playing characters. Yeah.
I'll be like, bro.
And I think you're right. I think you're right that there's a line I heard. I think it came from the Bible, but I'm not sure. Which is the righteous man walks alone, and that made me then think back about when Jesus when he was gathering the apostles. And he would turn up and he was like, you know, come follow me. These guys were halfway through getting their nets ready to go fishing with their father. And he said, well, right now, drop it and come with me. And I always never understood what that meant. And I thought, you know, does that mean to follow Jesus, you've got to leave your family? And I think I'm starting to get it. What it means is you've got to do what you think is right. You've got to be authentic. This is what you guys were saying before. That's what got me thinking about it. You've got to be authentic. And whatever happens.
Whatever happens. Praise the right. Whatever will be, will be.
Why are you making a gate?
telling you, bro.
Having a conversation here.
Do you know my grandmother? Nate, what up, though? You know my grandma used to say that to me to calm me down.
I could say that.
I don't know, bro. But
I could say that.
It soothes me, man. I didn't know it was actually Italian, but the song they converted it over to Spanish. But the original saying came from an Italian.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, que sera. Yeah. Whatever. Does that mean whatever will be? No, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Que sera.
No. Well, whatever will be, will be.
Yeah.
And whatever will be, will be.
So I think
it is what it is.
Hakuna Matata.
Black people say.
Hakuna Matata for Disney. It's all the same thing. That's all the same. It's all saying the same thing. Don't worry
What
about
about?
it.
I was
If
going to say,
whatever's going
don't
to happen,
worry,
yeah,
be
whatever's going to
happy.
happen, yeah. Sometimes, like it's like sometimes you have to deny the flesh, right? So as Ozzy was talking
Not
about,
all the time.
yeah, I know all the time, but people make it sometimes. We gonna leave that right where it's at, because going back to the serving two masters situation. Oh, I think I can handle it. You can't handle it. How you know you can't handle it? Because you always on that fence too much. So now you rocking over there, you doing the wrong thing 9 times out of 10, and then you want to go back onto the right side. But when you do a calling, right? Like I'm gonna use what Ozzy was just talking about. He's telling the people, "Yo, come on, I'm gonna make you fishers of men." And people like, "What the hell are you talking about?" No, that means we here to put people on the right track. So now we fishing, we about to hook some people for them to come on this side that we're on, so that way they can be on the right path. That's why the apostles will agree with Jesus. They're the way he's the way, the truth, and the life, because everything that he was doing was in a righteous state of mind. He was following his unconscious mind, his spiritual mind, and not the worldly mind. If you follow the worldly mind, you're going to continue to fall short, because the ways of the world is not to be productive of the spiritual aspect. That's why when there's an overflow, that the overflow comes from inside out. You can never overflow outside in. I've never heard of that. If somebody has, please let me know. Right? But that's why anything any event that starts within you and comes out of you, that's why you become a beacon of light. The light is coming from out of you. And now people, oh well, I see he's that type of person, or I see that she's that type of person. It's not that you're exuding that energy of positivity or whatever it is that you exuding. It's because you're living that way on a daily basis. Like Commander said, somebody thought that she was positive. She is positive because she understands, she knew the result of what happens if she goes the opposite way of what she does. So now she's going to continue to do the things that she know is right. And the results is that the way she's moving is right. It's not that she's right. The way that she's moving, it gives her the results of being right. So that's why she can continuously do what she do.
Yeah, Gary, that also reminds me of something else that Jordan Peterson said, that people would say to him, I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he took a lot of heat over the last God, must be 10 years now, for speaking up for what he believes in. And one of his rules, he wrote a book called 12 Rules for Life, and one of the rules is speak the truth, or at least don't lie. And people said to him, how did you become so courageous to speak the truth in the face of everything that you've gone through because you spoke the truth? And he said, I'm not courageous. He said, I'm just more scared of what happens when you lie than when you tell the truth. Because he made this argument that when you aren't authentic or when you lie, you effectively bend the fabric of reality. And if you say the truth, that's the true adventure of life, because you don't know what's going to happen. He said, it's like I was saying before about the copy and paste conversations. We can go through the motions, and we can, you say, how you going? I go, yeah, I'm doing fine. And then, what do you think about this? And you kind of know what I'm going to say. And no one says anything that makes anyone surprised. But he said, if you really say what's on your mind, you're opening up the adventure of your life, because you don't know what's going to happen. And I think how do I put it? If you're going to speak the truth and be authentic, you're going to have to defend yourself at some point. And I guess that's where I'm at the moment, is wondering how prepared am I to defend myself, because I've got a lot of stuff that I don't really want to have to defend. I'm not saying my truth. I'm just saying, you know, I've made mistakes. I've done some dumb shit, and someone, you know, if it came into a, you know, me against you, and you want to dig into my past, you can pull up a lot of stuff to undermine my position or my stance. I'm not sure if I'm making sense. I'm kind of rambling a little bit.
No, it makes sense.
No, you make sense. Let me ask you this though: is your past or your present?
Sorry, mate. Say it again.
Hold on.
Is your past, or is it your present? The things that they can use to undermine you, is it the past or is it the present?
Oh shit! It's 95% the past, so I've got 5% to put to bed, right?
So basically, that means you gotta stop letting that minority be a majority.
Yeah, bro.
That's the hiccup right there. Like, people can dig up, like, like I ain't got no record or none of that. But if you talk to people who know me, they'll tell you some unscrupulous shit about me. But I want them to. I absolutely want people to. You know why? Because that shows my growth. That shows everything that I'm saying is real. Because I was that and now I'm this. So my past is my past, but it made my present. It made me who I am. So, like, this is the thing too. Like, the things people believe in, the reason they be so hesitant to share beliefs is because belief leads doubt, bro. For belief to work, you gotta have faith. Belief don't work without faith. But you know what? Knowing don't need nothing. Knowing is just what it is. So that's why what I know, when people challenge it, I'm always prepared. I'm always prepared.
I'm gonna disagree.
I know.
How was I gonna say this? Belief need doubt. Knowing is faith to me, right? You can't, because if belief brings faith, then how is that possible when you got doubt in the back of your mind? You see what I mean?
Faith,
when you know, you know. When you know, you know.
When you know, you know. But that's not faith. Faith is accepting without knowing. That's literally the definition of faith.
I understand that, but and when you have that faith, what happens after that? You become faithful. So the knowledge of knowing is automatically making you faithful. You love your wife. You're faithful to your wife? Why? Because you know there's nothing that's going to deter her from steering you wrong. Right? There's no believing in that no more. You are faithful to your wife because you know there's no believing in that avenue. You know, if, like Commander Husband, she knows, there's not a shadow of a doubt. That's believing. She knows that her husband is not going to do anything to put her in harm's way. So now she has that faith of knowing, not the faith of believing. It has to elevate. But belief has to elevate into knowing. Knowing elevates into faithfulness. Because if you doubt Jesus, how could you be faithful? How could you be faithful to someone you doubt? You see what I'm saying? There has to be a knowing of a situation in order for you to have that faith in a person. If you know, it's the experience of a thing. Once again, when you have that experience, like, you know what, God brought me through this because A, B, and C. I didn't have no way to pay this bill. God made a way for me. Now you know God can do it. It's no longer a believing state no more. The state of believing is no longer existing. Now you know. When you know, you gain a faith. Until then, you believe it. I think God will do it. I think God will do it. Now when you know he will do it, now you become faithful. Now your test has become a testimony. So for me, belief is not is below faith, but you must elevate into knowing in order to have faith. To me, that's just me though.
You know, Gary, that's brings up something that I've been thinking about a lot recently, because I think I've mentioned before, I was raised a Catholic and left the church, came back, found the Catholic Church kind of falling short on things, and was introduced to Orthodox Christianity, and I've been making some small inquiries into that. And here's where I'm at. Like, personally, it seems to me that they're right, that is the path. It is the path for me. But I know that part of the belief is, Jesus rose from the dead, literally, body and soul. And my rational mind, like, I don't want to join a church and say I've joined because of all the good things, but in the back of my mind, I'm not really having faith in some of the primary tenets of the church. So, and I'm right on that cusp of if someone said, so do you believe Jesus rose body and soul? Could I say yes? Or do I have to say yes? Somewhere around there. And I can imagine being in a place where I say, yes, I believe it. That there's power in that I haven't slotted into yet. I don't know if that makes sense. That's pretty full on.
It makes sense. It makes sense. Let me ask you a question. Do you feel why is it important for you to find a religion? Is that where you're getting your guidance from to develop? Like, what's the goal? Like, what's the purpose of being associated to a religion?
Well, the question, it might sound strange, but the question is knowing how to live, right? And it seems to me that without being part of a tradition, we end up, well, I would feel like I'm trying to reinvent the wheel. Like, I know each of us has to have our own journey in life and our own experiences and form our own opinions, and which I've done plenty of that. Like, I've got plenty of opinions, don't worry. But there are really, really the fundamental foundations of, what's right, what's wrong. I guess I'm coming down to the question of, is there objective morality or is there subjective morality? And it seems to me every angle I look at subjective reality, it doesn't stand up. And so I come to the conclusion there has to be some kind of objective morality. And, well, who am I to try and figure that out? So it seems to me if there's a tradition that has produced the fruit that it has for human flourishing, I kind of end up leaning that way. That's the best I can explain it.
Well, who are you? You a divine being having a human experience. That's exactly who you are. You might be the one who cracked the code, bro. But if you limit yourself, then you won't be the one. You know what I'm saying? I understand what you're saying, but your experiences in life, like I get structure from a lot of different things, not just one specific thing. Whatever resonates, through the experiences of life. Like, I love a lot of the teachings of Buddhism. I follow the ways of Christ. I practice my I have my own spiritual system that I practice. I do different rituals and stuff. People say I'm a mutt, but I do what resonates and what makes sense, and what you have an internal system. So when you develop that, that's how you get closer to the Creator. No matter what you want to call him, call him, her, it, whatever the divine is, allow it to speak to you. Use those things to become aware that you also have the power to develop that connection. Use whatever you have to develop that connection. It's all awareness. It's all divinely connected. That is all, bro. Like when you talk about Christianity, that's why you got so many denominations. To say one person is right over another person, we wasn't here when none of that shit happened, bro. We wasn't there. We can't even read it in its original language. None of it. All that shit is translated and transliterated. But what we can do is experience, bro. That's what we can do. So if we have similar experiences to those of these doctrines, then we can understand. Like if you look at Jesus and Buddha, bro, what was the difference between the two?
Well, the main one was that. Well, the main one was that Jesus rose from the dead. I think I don't know enough about Buddha.
Buddha ascended. They both ascended.
They both ascended, which
After
means
death.
there has to be an elevation involved,
Yeah,
right?
they both
So
ascended after death.
Yeah.
Osiris,
Yeah.
what's his name?
Krishna.
Mitra, Krishna, the Dionysus, all of them did, bro.
So did Neo from the Matrix, eh?
You
Right.
see what I'm saying? Neo had to die to be resurrected, bro. You see what I'm saying? It's a common concept, you know. And what is that? The old you have to die for the new you to
There has to be an
to
elevation.
lower it. Yeah,
That's
that's the whole concept. So, I mean,
that's
I'm
good.
I say that, and this is just my opinion, you know. And like I always tell people, whatever avenue gets you to there, take it. But practice, bro. The more you practice, like not just knowing shit, not just reading, not just believing, but when you start practicing, that's when you start. That's the experience. That's how you develop the connection with the creator. It's through practice.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll find your own nuances within whatever, you know, system you choose. You'll find your own nuances when you begin to practice. Like when I was practicing Buddhism, I began to understand what suffering was, bro. I thought suffering was something bad, bro. And Buddhism teach you that nothing is really good or bad. It just exists. And it's our perception that choose to make it good or bad. But existence just exists. And it's duality within everything. And within duality, you have harmony. You have balance. You know, so there's no good without bad, and there's no bad without good in life, bro. You ever have something good happen to you, and then a couple years later you realize like it was a byproduct of it was also bad. Like, damn, I didn't know. You know,
Yeah.
yeah. There's no good without bad.
Yeah, maybe
there's no bad without good.
Yeah, it makes me think of a little story I heard, call it a parable. I may have told you before about the bird that he was a bit late flying south for the winter, and he missed the flock. And while he was flying along, it got colder and colder, and his wings started to get cold, and he kind of froze up. And I told you, I think, yeah, that's the same. That's the same idea. Sometimes what you think is a bad thing that happens to you, in the fullness of time, can then end up being a good thing, and maybe vice versa.
And
So can I say something?
of course you can. What you mean? Can you say something?
Of course you can.
You the lady of the night.
I think kind of looking at church can be kind of looking at it like a gym. And like you can work out at home by yourself, right? You can have a regimen by yourself, but isn't it also cool to be able to like go to the gym and work out with other people? And then there's some personal trainers, and like, yes, there's different ways you can work out, right? There's different types of workouts, but sometimes it's cool to work out with other people. Yeah, you can do it at home, and you maybe do, but isn't it like a little bit more inspiring and kind of like...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is, Commander. I remember when I spent probably at least 25 years as a self-proclaimed atheist, and then when I came back to the church a couple of years ago, of course I start talking to people around town, and you know, I had this business where I'd meet people, and every now and then conversations would go that way, and they're a Christian, I'm a Christian, and we would talk about those things, and they, you know, when they're leaving, they'd say, God bless you. And I say, God bless you, you know. And it struck me at that time, I had got to a frame of mind where I would have been embarrassed or had some cringe or felt sort of cynical if someone said, God bless you. And it was really nice to be back among people where you could speak that way, you know.
Wow. That's crazy. I never even looked at it from that concept. Like, what do you mean, God bless you? You don't even like God. You don't know. Like, it, you know, like I said earlier, sometimes it's the experience of a thing that allows you to overcome the fears and the worries of what people may say or think about you, right? You literally have to do the work, because whatever works for you is what works for you, right? Like we were saying earlier, right? Like me personally, like I think religion today is entrapping spirituality. So now, like you don't even receive the spirit of God in a religion anymore. To me, it's so enclosed that it's like you can read the Bible and not feel the spiritual aspect of it. Why? Because you're so enclosed into a religion that you're reading a book. You're not reading it for the spiritual concept or the spiritual context of things. You're reading it because you're just reading it. Like, okay, there's a lesson in there, but is the lesson a physical lesson, a spiritual lesson, a moral lesson? You're just reading and not even trying to grasp the concept of what the lesson is really trying to, what the lesson is trying to reach at. Is it trying to reach your soul? Is it trying to reach your spirit? Is it trying to reach your mind? Or are you just reading it just because you in your fleshly moment and you're not going to receive the message in totality? That's just what religion does for me. I think it entraps spirituality.
You know what? When real quick,
No, sorry, Dan.
before I came online, I was pro-black, right? Because the group of people I was with, we created things with the intent to help young black youth, right? And in doing that, we not only help young black youth, but we help the youth in the community. So in real life, being pro-black, I didn't have to hate nobody. It was love for everybody. But when I came online, it's like being pro-black, bro. You gotta hate everybody else, and it's like I'm straight. That's not in me. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
like with all these nuances with people online, you know, like even a lot of the FBA, the people I know in real life that rock FBA, bro, they don't hate nobody. They just trying to do good for themselves and people to look like, but they don't exclude people or hate on people, or they don't do none of that. It ain't no war with nobody. It's the development of self.
I think we're
And
to what I was saying before about that, about, you know, you have to stand alone, because if I take what you were saying to its natural conclusion, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you want to, if today you want to love everybody, you've got to let go of ideas, concepts like, not you personally, but I mean, you know, people. They've got to let go of things, concepts like oppression, reparations, cultural appropriation. You've just got to. I remember, for example, the president of, I think it was the president of Rwanda. So you recall that event in Rwanda, the what's it, the Tutsis and the there were two groups of Africans who, and
Hutus and Tutsis.
That's it, the Hutus and Tutsis, right? They asked the president after that, how does the country heal from this? And he was from the tribe that got massacred. And he said, the way we heal is through forgiveness. So there's no one over there calling for reparations, calling for this or that. They're just saying, man, we just got to, like you said before, is the past or the present? That's the most extreme example I can think of, you know. Like, so where I grew up as a kid, I was a migrant here in Australia. I came from Northern Ireland when I was 4 years old, and my parents brought me over here, and I lived in an area. We moved into some housing that was kind of developed for migrants. So my street, when I grew up, from 4 years old until I was about 18, it was like the UN. We had Croatians, we had Dutch, we had Filipino, we had African, and I can say without a word of a lie, I grew up without even seeing race. I never even thought about it. My friends were all kinds of cultures and all kinds of backgrounds, and I find it so puzzling today. The division between people based off that, skin color is no different genetically to hair color. You're blonde, you're brunette. No one cares about that. Right? You got dark skin, light skin. It should be the same thing. It's just like hair color, eye color, height. There's more difference genetically between me and some other white guy than between me and some black guy. It's so heartbreaking to see how much people get caught up in that.
I would say this. I don't feel I have to let go, but I don't have to punish anyone for anything that happened in the past. Past is the past, but if you don't learn from the past, it's going to repeat itself. So I'm not going to let go of what the experiences in the past have taught me, but I don't have to punish or subjugate any person to something that they didn't have no hands on,
Yeah,
far
I
as
get
like
that.
reparations, even like when people talk about reparations, I mean, reparations, that's just making things that was wrong right. And it's different ways they can do it. I'm not going to vote against it if it come up for a vote, but you don't hear me talking about it too much, right? Because in my opinion, I ain't gonna never see that shit. That shit ain't nobody's, man. That shit ain't wild. But I'm not about to sit up here and beg nobody for nothing. I'm gonna just make it do what it do.
Yeah, that's the way.
That's how I'm gonna move forward. If it happened, then yeah, I vote. Yeah, shit. My tax dollars go to other shit, wars and shit. Why not?
I think
But no,
the
I
issue
ain't
I
gonna
have,
force nobody to. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, there's also a technical issue with reparations, and here's where I have a problem with it. Like, even if in theory you thought, okay, fair enough. There's generational trauma, and there's also a generational advantage, stuff like that. That's all. That may be true, but if you were going to instigate reparations, you're going to get into a very ugly area where you're going to have to figure out, like, how black do you have to be to get reparations, and how white do you have to be to pay? And that's ugly, man. That becomes, like, are we going to say if you have 95% black and white? That's an ugly way to view people. So I think, for me, I would give up on the whole concept, because I think the cure would be more damaging than the illness, to tell you the truth. That would take us down a very, very ugly path.
I got two things with that. First thing is, if somebody owes your happy money, would you not want to collect? If somebody owes your family money, I mean, you don't feel you have the right to collect. I mean, if it was never stated that it was given or should be given, then it wouldn't be an issue. But the slave owners get $300 for every slave they freed. They got their reparation. We never,
No,
my grandparents never got their 40 acres and a mule. So, and then too, like I said, people talking about paying. Man, we fund other countries, bro, billions of dollars for other countries,
Hmm.
but we won't pay our own people for
well,
something
where I
that
come,
wrong. Well,
where I
wrong. I
come
mean, it's
from,
just right and wrong. It's just right and wrong. That's all it is. But I
yeah,
think when but when it don't, it's just the issue too that, like, I look at it like that, and I'm just being honest. Like, I don't understand why people who it don't affect even have an opinion about it, right? Like, if your family, like, look, your tax dollar is not, you ain't even gonna notice it. You notice, like, as Americans, do we notice the billions of dollars they send over to Israel, or we know Ukraine,
They
all
send
these other
tons of
countries?
money without even asking anybody.
You see what I'm saying?
So
And
I would
nobody
rather,
complains about that. I would rather invest it into
yeah,
ourselves, into the people in our
exactly.
country. what they do, you got some people doing some fucked up shit with it. You got some people doing some good shit with it. But I mean,
That's
that's just the byproduct of it. That's just the byproduct.
That's a separate issue though, because when you're talking about money being sent today to over, and I agree, I think the USA should be not completely isolationist, but I think America should be more. America should put its own interests first, because from my point of view, being in Australia, I think a healthy America contributes greatly to a healthy world. So I'm with you on that one. But in terms of the past, like my people, I'm from Northern Ireland. You see, skin color don't matter, because my people were fucked over by the British. Right? They took our land. They banned our language. We couldn't speak our own. Now, you see, I'm saying we. This happened 800 years ago. They banned our language. We couldn't even speak our native language. They shat on our religion. They took all our food. They pushed us onto barren land. So I've got reason to be. Even in my own day, when I was 3 years old, the British military smashed in our door, held my dad, my mum, me and my brother against a wall, pointing machine guns and Armalite rifles at us. They called my dad an Irish bastard, an Irish cunt, we're going to kill you. They smashed out our windows and they shot out in the street at our neighbours. So I've got reason to be mad at the British. But if I can't imagine how I would say I want reparations. You owe me something. It's too far. Like that would be keeping the past in the present. My first wife was English, right? So that's a much better way to go about it. Don't worry about fighting them. I'll just marry them, and we'll have kids, right?
But what if it came across your table to vote for that you and those that were hurt in that way would get some sort of financial? You would vote no? You would not, thank
absolutely.
You? Okay.
100%. No, thank you. Because I really do think that the medicine would be worse than the illness.
In what way?
Like I said before, you would have to go through people's DNA and their history and figure out who owes who what, right? It's like I have a friend. He's Indigenous here in Australia, right? And for all intents and purposes, I mean, he looks as Indigenous as any Indigenous person you've ever seen. He's a very good friend of mine. He lives about 500 kilometres away, but when he's in town, he always comes to see me. We have a few beers and we play guitar. I met him on Australia Day, which is controversial over here because Australia Day was the day that the British landed and began the colonisation of his people. So he was with his girlfriend and their family at this, like a caravan park, a trailer park, where I lived at the time. And he saw me playing guitar. He walked over, said, "Hey, bro, you play guitar? Yeah, come and sit." And we sat. I met his family. We're all hanging out. We're all playing. Australia Day now, some people here are calling it Invasion Day because it's the day that apparently the British invaded Australia. This friend of mine, he said to me, "Kieran, I can't be racist." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, one of my ancestors was Dutch." Like he's as Indigenous as they come, but one of his ancestors was Dutch because the Dutch also came to Australia. So if we were going to talk about reparations, does he qualify to get reparations? Because he's got a little bit of white blood. So you see what I mean? It becomes ugly language. We're going to start.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
sorry.
Other people in America have gotten reparations.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think it'll be. And then like when people talk about reparations, people assume we're just talking about slavery. Yeah, I think of Jim Crow era. Like this stuff, there's still people alive, bro, who's hanging black people. It's not just reparations from slavery, bro. It's reparations for what this country did to melanated people, and on levels we can say still doing. I mean, to be honest, it's shit they still doing. So it don't have to be money. It can be land, bro. It can be.
Yeah.
If people who come over here be tax free for 7 fucking years, bro. People who come over here and get free education. Why we can't give that to the people who are in this country? So reparation ain't good. I don't even want the money. Give me the opportunity. Give me the equity.
Yeah, give me the
I
allodial. Give
just,
me the allodial, so I can not worry about nothing being taken
just
from me.
take this property tax off me, bro. I own that
Right.
shit. I work. I bust my ass, bro. Take this property tax. Give me some type of break, bro. Let
You know,
the playing field, bro.
I've got to tell you a joke, right? I was watching a panel, a YouTube thing the other day, and I think it was a black guy actually he was pretending he was doing a news report that reparations had come through and every black person got $1 million, and he said on the day every black person got $1 million, 6,000 record labels were started.
Mhm. There you go. I got a better black joke for you. You
Where you
ready?
going?
You ready for this one? I might
I
get
hope
canceled for this
no,
one.
I'm not. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. No.
Yeah. Why are black people generally more taller than everybody else?
Why are they taller?
Yeah,
Why?
because they knees grow.
Oh, because what?
They Negroes. Because they knees grow.
Oh, their knees
They
grow.
need grow. That's a. I didn't know black people told dad jokes, man. I expected better than that.
I forgot who I heard say it. It was a sports commentator said that shit. Man, that shit was funny. I was probably laughing for like 3 minutes, man. I know this motherfucker didn't say it because his knees grow. I'm like, God damn.
So correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't people like able to trace, like some people have done DNA tests, done their family tree, and they can trace it back to like
Yeah,
plantations, and
Yeah,
wasn't there
yeah.
like a registry as well?
it is. They already
Well,
look. There's a guy in California right now. He already got a reparation plan written up, and he got the list.
there was a
It's not for
oh,
every. It's not for
oh,
every individual, but is the family get a certain percent? I mean, a certain amount, and then the family has to you know,
the best one I
Things can
saw
be
were
figured out. Maybe not everyone's
yeah,
gonna benefit, but you know what?
but
If the
nah.
majority does or a good portion, I'm happy for that.
I'll just give you an
Mm-hmm.
example, right? There was the best example I saw was I can't remember her name, but you could probably look it up. There was a black female activist. She was about 70 years old, and she was really famous. I think she was an academic, and she was really famous as an advocate for black people, and all this stuff, reparations, etc., etc. She did a live a DNA test. Like her whole career, her whole identity and personality was, I'm black, and we've been oppressed, and we've been this, and we've been that. Did a live DNA test, not a word of a lie. It turned out her ancestors were on the Mayflower, right? It's not a word of a lie. So that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. So it makes things complicated. It makes them ugly. I think it's divisive. I really think it goes back to, it's the same here in Australia. Like my friend who's Indigenous, right? His people, his culture, they were decimated by the white culture, right? Now, I say white. I came in 1974. I wasn't there in 1886 when it happened, or whatever year it was. But there's no doubt about it. I've been around the country. I've seen the communities where these kids, some of them are half black, half white. They don't belong in the white culture. They can't find a place in the black culture. It's horrible what happened. But I feel, and we've had this conversation here in Australia over the last sort of 4 years. We've had these debates. We've had referendums in Parliament. We've had all kinds of things going on. I think the path forward is that we embrace each other and we just see each other as equals, and we just figure out what the hell do we do now and today. That's my stance.
Can I ask you a
Yeah,
question?
sure.
You believe in equality, right?
What do you mean by equality?
Like, do you believe, you said like we all equal? Like you believe in equality?
We're all equal value, yes.
So how do we, like, from this situation now, how do we become equal? How can we make the playing field equal?
Well, I
Because
believe in
people who had, now let's just be honest, that here in America, white people have had, I'm gonna just say, a century head start on black people as far as education, financial. So how do we level the
Think
playing
of it
field?
as a race,
Yeah,
and all
like,
these
how do
other
you,
people got a
if you,
head
like
start.
yeah.
yeah, like,
Well,
how do we do that?
yeah, I don't believe in equal outcome. I believe in equal opportunity.
How can you have equal opportunity if there's no equity? You can never have that's like this. Okay, for I went to a school in the hood, right?
Sure.
You got a boy from the suburbs, and we applied for the same college.
Sure.
All right. You could say we have an equal opportunity, but is it really equal? Because the education in the suburbs is far advanced from the education in the hood.
This is true.
Mhm.
This is true, and but I'll give you an example of my problem with equity. So there's a female philosopher. Her surname's it might be Sarah McDonald, and she pointed out that they've done this where they for the Ivy League schools, they lowered the requirement for entry for kids from the hood, so they could give them the equal chance to go to the university and and shine. What happened was those kids actually were failing. They were falling behind their peers, and it made it worse. The outcomes were actually worse. So that isn't about being black or white or who's more intelligent. It's more of a cultural thing. It's more of a socio-economic thing. It wasn't based around race. But if you put people in places, if you give them a leg up to places they can't handle, they have a worse time. They fall behind their peers. They feel worse about themselves, and it spirals downwards. Now, I'm not
That,
saying what the solution is.
Mm.
but
I'm
that's
just
equality. That's not. But see, that's what I'm saying. That's why equality don't work. You can give people an opportunity, but if they're not equipped for it, then, like, I grew up in a city, right, Detroit, right across the street was a suburb, and I always ask why we can't get the same form of education they get. Why we can't get that? If we start where they start at, if you
well.
start, if you
Start
give,
early.
you see what I'm saying? From kindergarten, you give them the same curriculum. That's
Yeah,
all we
start
was at.
early.
You
No, I
expose
got you,
them
bro.
to all these things at a
No, I
young
got you, bro.
age.
So
But when you don't do that, I mean, that's equity, bro. I don't care about equality. Equality can kiss my ass. I ain't equal to nobody. But if we go compete, let's compete on an even playing field, bro. Give me the opportunity of equity. Fuck the equality.
yeah, well, to
So
me, yeah. Sorry, Commander, go on.
because where I live, they have something like that where they lower the GPA, and if you live in the certain areas where they've actually put millions of dollars into the elementary school to give them some extra programs to be able
And the
to,
tutoring, man, at the
yeah,
school, you know
tutoring,
what I'm saying?
extra programs that that other
Even
places
the
have that they don't. When they reach high school, as long as they've reached high school and they have a certain level of GPA, it's an automatic into the university. And a lot of them have done, yes, there's people that have failed, but a lot of them have done really well. And then if you give them an opportunity to like live on campus and give them resources, like a lot of them have graduated with degrees and done very well. Obviously not everyone, but don't you think then that changes the outcome of their family and their children's?
Oh, it
Like
sure
as
does.
they,
But I think, yeah, it sure does. But I think what you were saying before, it goes way back before that. So I think, I'm not saying black or white. I'm just saying if you look at people who are struggling, it normally begins at home with the family and the environment there. throwing resources like financial resources doesn't tend to fix the problem. Sometimes it makes it worse, right? So I think it goes right back to the local community, the families, and I think it goes right back there. Now, how do you solve that? I don't even know. But the only point I'm making is that we've had the same thing here. And my Indigenous friend will say the same thing. He's told me throwing money at it doesn't help. It often makes
they
it
threw
worse.
money at it, but they threw millions of dollars into like programs. Like the kids have opportunities to have counseling, therapy, after school programs,
Perfect.
tutoring,
Perfect.
preparing them, giving them science programs. So, but that's just like that's not everywhere in America. That's just like maybe a small, right? And then they can study that and see what are the statistics. And obviously if it does well, then maybe they can mimic that in other places.
Yeah, I'm all for what works. If you try it and it works, I reckon keep doing that. That's perfect. I think
because not all kids are gonna have, there's some kids are not gonna take advantage of that opportunity, or maybe their parents aren't gonna want to have them participate. But
that's just a byproduct of, that's a byproduct of, my bad, my internet went up.
Well, I thought you rage quit your own panel, bro.
They're like rated, like, between 1 out of 10, these schools are rated 5 and 6, right? Where other schools are rated 9 in other neighborhoods.
And,
well, maybe I can ask them.
And then, I just want to say one more thing real quick.
Sure.
And even like when I got older, I started going to the little city council meetings, and then we were saying how much money was being allocated to the schools and our community. And like I said, that high school was in the suburb right across the street. They got the lion's share. They was putting more money into the suburbs than they was putting in the hood, bro. So even that as equity, you know what I'm saying?
Sorry, man. Just to go to my point before, when you were in the hood, right, and you saw the other school across the road getting all the resources, if the school board came to you and said, "Okay, listen, you're obviously disadvantaged. We want you to go to a good university or a good college. We're going to lower the standard of entry so that you can get in." Would you feel good about that, man? Like, would you feel good that?
Why would I want you? I don't want you to lower the standard. I want the same curriculum they getting. That's what I want. I want the information. Gotcha. I want the knowledge. I want the resources they getting. I don't care about lowering the standard. What are you gonna lower the standard for? Like,
on the same page.
My ninth grade year, the school I went to was called Cass Tech. You can Google it, but you got to take an entry test to get in. Now, I was in a school in the hood, but I grew up like in Pennsylvania. When I left there when I was in the 3rd grade. When I came to Michigan, I was testing out at a 7th grade level, right? So I got promoted, into an extra grade. So I've never been. I was taking college courses and wasn't challenged in school. So when I took the test, it was a breeze to me. But out of 200 people in that school, I learned more. I was one of the kids when you gave me a book, I read the whole book. And they didn't teach like that. Yeah. They didn't teach like that in school. We probably went through 7 chapters in a semester. I went through the whole book. So,
brother, I remember when I was beginning my final year of school. We call it year 12 here, final year of high school. I got my dad to take me I was going to do a subject in English literature. And I asked my dad to take me to the school before the year started to ask the teacher what the book list is so I could read all the books before the year started. And Mrs. Markins in the back calling me a nerd. And the teacher literally looked at me like, "Why?" And I said, "Well, if we're going to be studying these books, wouldn't it be a good idea if I read them first?" And he was like, "Well, you kind of read them as you go. And I just thought, wouldn't it make sense to just read them, like be aware of what you're studying before you get there? So I hear you, bro. Like I hear you. I had the same propensity. I was,
Shout out to Robert in the chat. What up?
Shout out to Rob. So out of 200 people in my school who took that test, there was only 6 of them who passed and got into that school. It was a prestigious school here in Michigan. I got kicked out my first year for fighting, but I did go there.
Okay, so if you take the kids like Word, you take the kids like that, like, and you give them a chance. You give them a little extra.
That's a real thing, Commander. I used to, I'm not joking, sometimes as a kid, I used to read the dictionary. Like, if you want to look a word up, so say I want to look up pumpkin. You've got to find P. So you flip it open and you open it on N. I'd read a few words and learn then you've got to flip it a bit closer and you get to O. Oh yeah, I'll read some of those words. Like every time I try to look a word up in the dictionary, I'd learn 15 more words. And I think you're right. There's a thing about school. The school system was based off a Prussian system that was designed to create factory workers and military.
Yeah, I was about to say I was meant to be. It's been 2 years coming. I was gonna do a whole show on how the school system here in America was created, but why it was created. But go ahead, you right.
Oh, it's the same. Even when they introduced the school system in America, they literally had to bring the army in to take the children away from their parents to make them go to school. I think it was Massachusetts. It was Massachusetts, Minnesota. They literally had to.
Way far apart.
Well, it starts with M, right? So they had to
Montana, Missouri,
Mississippi, PPI.
Just want to pick on Robert for a minute. Coming over here and he's ganging up on me. He's ganging up on me with my wife, bro. Don't do that. Yeah, I sent Robert a link. I had an impromptu stream the other night. I had a couple of cans of beer and thought, you know what, I'm going to do a stream. So I did a live stream and I dropped a link in a few. I saw Big Daddy Beard was there in my chat actually.
Nice.
And
I didn't even know what day was that.
Okay.
I definitely would have came over there and harassed you.
Yeah, I just went through my list. I was, like I said, there was a few beers involved. So I just went through my DMs in Discord and just sent a link to this random panel. And a couple of guys I know came up and, yeah, Robert missed it. He says he missed it. I think, yeah, well, I'll take you on your word on that.
Bye, Gary.
Oh, Gary's
There you go.
Gary sleeps. Yeah.
Gary sleep.
See you, Gary.
I'm looking for that emoji with the old man in a rocking chair. I'm gonna get that one soon. Gary sleep.
Yeah, so I did this just this random stream and I forget how I got onto this, but anyway, it was just did a random stream and a couple of guys I know came up and we had a good old conversation. I made it private in the end because I spent the first hour and a half trying to figure out how to make it work and had a friend in chat helping me, talking me through. So literally took an hour and a half to actually hear what I was saying. And then, a couple of guys came up and we had a good old chat, but it got a little bit, like we were saying before about being authentic, it got a bit too authentic for YouTube. So I made it private.
Yeah, you put it as unlisted because even if you put it private and if something happened that was against YouTube guidelines, they can still pick your channel.
Oh, we didn't go against. We didn't go against YouTube guidelines. We just
Oh, okay. No, I was
maybe
future references. If you ever because it's probably like one. Like I got videos with like 1 or 2 parts that go against guidelines, so I put it unlisted until I can edit it. And once I edit it, then I can, but you can do all that off StreamYard too. So.
Yeah, no, we ended up because the 2 guys who came on panel were both Australian, and we were talking about controversial thing that happened a couple of days ago between the Indigenous people and the white people, and we were all in good faith. We were all just saying what we thought, and I just thought to myself, yeah, I'm probably not ready to die on that hill just yet.
I heard in Australia you can claim to be Aboriginal, and there's like no questions asked.
Yeah, because you identify. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Like, you want to go to university and get all the benefits, just tick the box. I was sitting next to a guy when I was in uni. I went to uni when I was 42, and I was sitting next to a guy in class who was he was in there on an Indigenous scholarship. This guy looked German. Never seen a whiter guy in my life. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and he identified as Aboriginal. Because I think, I'm not saying he wasn't. I'm just saying the
Right.
criteria. Yeah, just the criteria.
How dare you even question it?
Oh, Commander! You getting set?
That's what I do.
How? Sorry. Well, there was also an Indian guy over here from not American Indian. He was Indian. I heard this story. He was applying for university, and they had a box. Are you Indigenous? And they kind of encouraged him to tick it. So he ticked it, and he got all the benefits. He got accommodation, free tuition, all of that. And a couple of years later, his dad found out and said, "What's going on?" He goes, "Oh, I just ticked." His dad goes, "You aren't Indigenous."
If you listen to Judge Joe Brown, that's why he had issues with the way affirmative action was handled, because there was a lot of Indians coming over here saying they was black benefiting from it, and a lot of Africans when it was created for African Americans. It was
Well-
other groups of people taking advantage of.
Yeah, but
And
I'll complicate it. I'll complicate the whole thing further. The word I'm sorry to do this, but I have to. I'll complicate it
No,
further.
go ahead.
If we're going after reparations, someone's going to have to go after the black slave traders in Africa who were selling the slaves.
Look, man, y'all, before y'all say that, especially look, I keep educating y'all on that was the Islamic slave trade. Okay, so I mean, when you're talking about slave trade, like black people selling black people,
Oh, it's actually true. More slaves. I think it was 11 million slaves went to America, and 18 million went to
you
to the Middle East.
right. But when I say Islamic slave trade, when I say that, people automatically associate that with Middle Eastern people. The first Islams were Moors. They were black people,
Oh,
bro.
okay, sorry, bro. Yeah, fair enough.
You see what I'm saying? They was black people. So when I say the Islamic slave trade, and this is the thing too, all black people ain't the same, bro. Just like all
Nah.
white people ain't the same. All Mexican people ain't the same. So
I know, I agree.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure people from Africa and people from Jamaica are different, right? Like 100%.
right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, what happens is when people say, black people sold black people into slavery, I'm not gonna deny it, but we have to look at the origins or the root for what it really is too, because I think that is unfair to say it without fully disclosing what black people.
I agree.
It is.
I agree 100. I agree
and-
100.
And I don't associate with those black people. I don't associate with all black people in America. Listen, as a black man, I'm tired of y'all grouping me up. Not me.
Same with me, bro. There's a
There's a different type of black, bro.
there's a particular historical race of white people I certainly don't identify with. Where's Commander?
Even Commander dropped off too. I just seen it. She must have just popped off. But yeah, even in the tribes, like Africans and African Americans, we different, bro. They don't claim us, man. If that was the case, if that shit really went down, why ain't no African people claiming the slaves of America? You got people in Ghana saying, "Oh, some of them came from here, some of them came from here." Bro, ain't nobody try to do nothing for us. Them ain't our people. We our own people, bro. And a lot of us was already here. I speak my native language, bro. I know my history, my story, and
Well,
just because
sorry, bro. Even the term African. Like, how many countries are in Africa, right? Africans. That's like putting all these different countries and cultures into one
into
group.
one group, that's what I'm saying, and it's pride, bro. That's why, like when people here say the black community, that's the most bullshit. I think that coin, what do they call it? Coin pro pill, whatever that shit is. That shit was systematically created to keep black people fucked up. Because ain't no way in hell you gonna tell me all these black people in America the same. No, there's a reason why we have pride. There's a reason why we have different heritage. That's the problem. All these black people trying to come together and they different. That's why when black people come together, you take a group of black people, they fight. Why? Because they tribal. We tribal people. Human beings are fucking tribal people, bro. This is why Middle Eastern, like my wife, she's a Syrian. She don't really fuck with a lot of Lebanese. She don't fuck with all them people, even though they all Middle East. They all come from, but they don't fuck with it. It's Asians don't really fuck with Koreans like that. You know, they all Asian though. They all from that. They don't. Nah, that's why it's so fucked up, bro. All these black people. That's why I be looking. Nah. Even okay, look. I even break it down like this, right? I would be considered a bourgeois Negro. You feel me? I'm an uppity Negro because I have morals and values. I carry myself a certain way.
He's uppity.
I'm uppity, bro. I'm not in the hood. I'm not. Yeah, I was raised in the hood. I did some hood shit, but I realized like my dad's side of the family, doctors, lawyers, CEOs, they some high profile ass motherfuckers. On my
I don't
dad's side, my
even
mom.
I don't even see you as uppity, but other people might see you as uppity.
Oh yeah, they'll say I'm an uppity
You know,
Negro
you know,
because of my just
it's
the way
like
I
saying
my vernacular.
it's like saying
Like
it's like saying someone's Asian, right? Really? Someone's Asian, Japanese, Chinese, they fucking hate each other.
right, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not like the common black person on here. You don't hear me saying the N word, do you? I don't like when nobody say it. Black people, white people. I don't like when nobody say it. It's ignorant.
If
It
anyone
shows a
was likely to
level
say
of
it around
ignorance.
here, it'd be me, just for a bit of fun, right? Because
But
that's
when
why that's actually why what I'll tell you. That's why I got kicked off the other panel the other night, because there was this guy on there. I was arguing with him. We're going back and forth, and he's a black guy. I could tell by his voice, right? I'm not racist, but he was a black guy, and he was saying this N this. He was calling me, you know, this N word's doing this N word's saying that, this N word's saying that. And I said, brother, how come you can throw that word around, but I can't? And that became a conversation. And he goes, yeah, this N word. And I said, listen, N word. And I got kicked off in a second for being an asshole.
Yeah.
yeah,
Can't use that word, Karen.
Then the chat was coming. Well, the chat was coming after me saying he used the hard R. I said I didn't use the hard R. It's the Australian accent. Like it's so silly. I can go to the supermarket literally with my daughter. I can walk around the supermarket and on the radio playing in the on the radio playing in the supermarket, there's N-word saying the N-word. I mean, get the hell out of here.
All right, let me ask you this, Karen, though. If you were face to face with that person, would you use the N-word in front of them to their face?
In that context, yes, because it was good faith. It was just exposing his hypocrisy. That's all I was doing.
Wow.
It's hypocritical. It's
in
hypocritical,
good faith,
man.
But you think it's in good faith?
Yes, because I was engaging with the logic of his stance. I wasn't calling him that. God, what do I care? What do I care?
You were testing.
I was testing his reasoning, because he was doing it to me on purpose. He was throwing that around like crazy. It was almost like, I can say this, but you can't. And I go, are you sure about that? I'm pretty sure I can say it. But I don't fucking have I don't have a dog in the fight, other than, right, I have this concept.
There was no hate behind you using the word. You were
Have you
trying to
met me?
prove a point. Trying to prove a
Commander,
point.
Commander, can I ask you a question? Are
Yes.
there, is there a word for Mexicans, that Mexicans call themselves, but get upset when other people call it?
Mm, yeah, sometimes we call each other wetbacks. Like, you know how there's like spick? Spick is bad, but we don't call each other that. But sometimes we call each other wetbacks. We're just playing around.
And
And
yeah,
then,
because
but
'cause I know my wife, right? She's Middle Eastern. She's Arab, but most people say it the way it's pronounced. I don't say it because it's derogatory to it. Most people don't know that. You know, if you say a and add the rest of it, it's actually derogatory to it. They're Arab.
Word, I'm very uneducated. Would it be okay if you said the word so that I knew what it was?
I'm not
Would
gonna
that
say
be
it.
too far?
If you say it is, I'm not gonna say it. It's just my moral compass. I choose not to say it because I didn't know. I was ignorant before, but now that I know, when you know better, you got to do better. So I don't say it. But if you
Well,
say it,
but
I will
I mean,
confirm.
I mean, in the context, like, say, for example, there was a professor in America. He's a historian and he was teaching about American history. And he said, back in the day, in the 1800s or whatever, the N word was used as a derogatory term, but he actually said the N word to explain, the N word was used this way. He got the sack. He lost his whole career because that word crossed his lips, even though the context was educational. So, like, if I asked you now, that
I
word
did
that
that.
begins with A, like
Hmm.
that word that begins with A, you see how you feel like it can't even pass your lips. Even if I don't know what it is, so you can't even tell me what the word is, so that I know not to do it. That's what I mean. That's what we've come to.
What do they usually call Arabic people?
I have no idea.
ARAB. What is ARAB? What does that spell?
Arab, yeah.
No, there
Arab,
you
but
go,
people
Commander.
say Arab.
No, there you go. That's the word.
Is that
So
bad?
Yeah.
I
So Arab's
understand.
offensive.
Yeah, that's offensive.
I had no idea.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I
But not
understand
everybody
The funny
what you're
knows
thing,
saying.
that.
the funny thing
I
is,
understand what you're saying, context, but as my brother Gary would say, intent does not trump feeling. Our intent, we
I,
may intend to do good, but that don't trump people's feelings. So it's just a cause and effect factor. And if I'm aware of it, then
here, I
that's
hear
just,
you. I hear you.
social
We
intelligence, if you want to sum it up to something.
we used to have a word over here. It used to be offensive, and now it's not. So I can say it. We had a time when a lot of Italian people come to Australia, and back in the 70s and 80s, the derogatory term was wog. You'd call them wogs. Then this Italian comedian, started you should go and see it. He started a YouTube channel called Super Wog. and and he plays with all the stereotypes. Right. So I just love it when people break down this stuff. Like, say, for example, Commander, if me and you were having an argument right now and you kept calling me spick, you kept saying this spick over here, this spick keeps saying this spick. And I said, why can you say it, but I can't? I've got no idea what it means. I don't even care.
Yeah, but most people know what the N word means. Like, that's not everybody knows these other words, but
Yeah, but it's also got like I said, I can walk around the supermarket and the radio playing while all the old ladies are walking through the supermarket. They've got like they've got NWA playing on the fucking radio.
And you know what? I will hold the people who find it accountable. I would say
Sorry?
something that's
mm,
offensive to you. You know what I'm saying? I think I don't like when I hear when I hear black people saying the N word, white people say, "Hey man, that's offensive to me."
Mhm.
I don't see nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? I don't see nothing wrong with that, but I understand, like, like growing up, especially like in the hood, it was, people tell you it's a word of endearment. We didn't take it and did this. And it never made
Yeah,
sense because I didn't grow up saying it. So I got exposed to it. And then when my grandmother heard me saying it, she told me, and this is why I don't use it no more because of what my grandmother told me. She said, they used to pull us out our house and hang us from trees while calling us that word. And she was crying and she was telling me, and I never said it again. Well, it took,
You
I
know
ain't gonna
that.
say I never said it again. It took a minute to get it out my vernacular. I ain't gonna, probably like a year or
Even
two.
even with an A, the
Come on,
NIGGA,
It,
come on,
even that.
it,
come
it is
on,
what it
come on,
is.
word. Come on,
It is
word. There
what it
has to
is.
be. I think even today, word.
And
There must be every now and then you want to call someone your N word. There must be
I
every now
was
and then you want to go, listen, my N word.
nah. I never use. I use it in the true context. If I ever use it, it's gonna be in a. I mean it just like the white people mean it when I say it to somebody. I ain't gonna lie to you. If I say that
Yeah,
to
but
somebody, I mean it just like, and I tell them that. I tell
yeah,
them
but
like,
brother,
yeah, I mean it just
you're
like the white people say. I don't use it to say hello to nobody. I say my ninja, my
We have a
brother.
black
yeah,
friend
but
that comes over the house, and we're not black, and we don't say it, but like he like salutes my husband, and he's like, they do the hug, and he goes, "My ninja," but with the A, NIGGA,
Yeah.
my ninja. But it's like it's not. But my husband's not gonna say it back to you. Like we don't
I
say
think
that, but it's
I just
kind of funny though.
but
well,
see for me
I also
too.
find it.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
also find it funny when you'll see a bunch of white chicks at a concert, like a rap concert, where the lyrics include that word, and they're all dancing in a circle with the handbags in the middle, saying,
Man,
"Yeah."
they all nah, they all saying it too. Man, I done been to so many times, man. White people be in there singing the songs too. They be saying the N word like I was sitting around. Me and my wife went to a Bone Thugs and Harmony concert, and I'm sitting around like, all y'all white people feel comfortable saying that shit around me. I'm like, y'all bold as hell. And it's like, shit, what
Listen,
I'm
bro.
gonna do? It's too many fucking people to fight. I'm straight.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get my
yeah,
ass
but bro,
stomped out.
it's so funny hearing you saying that when you're the guy who told me the joke about being hung like a black man, bro. What the hell? That's
What?
crazy.
I'm talking about hung one way, he got hung the other way. That's it. It's a double entendre. Mm. And I didn't say no N word. I was just saying. I was just speaking on the stereotype. That's it. I was just
Yeah,
speaking on the stereotype. That's
that's all right. Yeah.
it.
Yeah, because they knees grow.
Because they need go, bro.
You're killing me, bro.
Man,
You're
that
killing
was
me.
one of the most clever. I told now. I done told Gary off the panel. I told him a really, really racist joke. And he was like, bro, you going to hell for that. I cannot tell it on here. I don't even feel comfortable saying it out loud. I just told it to him because I don't know why I told it to him. Now he probably look at me different, but my
Bro,
mind is
bro,
very creative.
if you heard the jokes me and my boys talk about, I mean, you know, everybody would hate me if you heard the jokes. But there's something funny about that where part of the joke, I think the best jokes are the ones that make you involuntarily laugh and at the same time go, oh my God, why am I laughing? Right? I think they're the funniest ones. I shouldn't be
No,
laughing at this, but I can't stop.
my joke's only funny if they get truth to them. If it's true, then I don't care. It is what it is. That's just how I feel. If it's
Yeah,
funny and if
Robert's
it's true, then it's true.
if it's true, yeah. Robert's saying that I think humour makes life worth living. You know, Robert,
Yeah.
I've asked this question. I was talking to a Christian guy once, and I was asking, are there any jokes in the Bible? Like, I know it's supposed to be serious stuff, but humour does seem to be so important. And I just was wondering. I don't mean jokes, like knock knock, but are there? Well, I've got one of those too, which you don't want to know right now. Yeah, I think humour seems to be something that's left out of the discussion. It's the same as like word. If you have an important message, not you personally, but the general you. if you have an important message, does it help if the delivery is entertaining?
Yes, it does.
It
That's why
sure
my
does.
channel sucks so much because I ain't entertaining. That's why I don't nobody be over here because I ain't entertaining. If I have some more
Yeah.
entertainment, like when I get to going off and shit, then I'll be having like 20 people in the chat.
You
More
done got me
entertaining, man.
fucked up. You done
You
got me fucked up.
You got
Word.
it right, bro. You got
Do you
no,
know?
it ain't done got me. You got me fucked up.
Do you know
Go ahead, Commander.
derogatory terms that other people use? Like some Mexicans will use a derogatory name that maybe you guys don't know, or do you know? Do you know of some?
Pendejo.
The name
No,
Pendejo.
pendejo's universal. We all get
Oh.
called pendejos.
Hey, what was that
Diablo.
one?
Diablo.
That's double.
I know one. I don't know if there's more, but I know one. Like if you ever hear somebody
Like
say,
black people. Oh yeah. Oh, go
like if
ahead.
you ever hear someone say llanta, like
Yeah.
llanta,
Yanta. No.
that in Spanish that means tire, right? And a tire is
Yeah.
black. So I think
Yeah.
that's why they say that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew that. I'm just giving you game right now. So if you know someone says that,
No, I
No,
got you.
my
So
mom
now,
and my mom and
first
my
of all,
sister speak fluent Spanish.
Stoic, good to see you, my man.
Hey, what up,
what
brother?
up, Stoic?
So
Well, I mean,
now
it means tire. It
but
just
now
means
I've got a new
tire.
one. Now I've got a new one. When some guy's throwing around the N word, I can just say, "Listen, my yantha," and you have no idea what I'm fucking talking about. I like it.
No, my llanta. Dang it. Sorry. Taught y'all
I'm
the
fucking
word.
writing. I'm writing that shit down. I'm making notes right now.
I mean,
But,
I don't know if it's like, I mean, I guess it would be derogatory because it's not, I don't know. I would think it's like derogatory. But
well, Commander,
beaner is another
I'm
one. People will call Mexicans beaners. Sometimes we play with each other and we're like, you're a beaner, or you're being a wetback right now.
Is that because you like beans?
Yeah. We love
Yeah.
beans.
Yeah.
Beans and rice. Beans and rice.
And guacamole. I love
Yeah, yeah.
guacamole. So I'm trying to bring back the word cracker. I reckon cracker doesn't get enough mileage at all.
Right.
I want to call one of my boys, "Hey, my cracker," right? I reckon we need one. We need one. So white people need a derogatory term. Come on.
Okay, so I was told that cracker comes from slave owners cracking the whip, and then somebody, I think one of you guys told me, no, that's not true. Somebody here told me that's not true.
I imagined. I don't know, but I just imagined that crackers were white.
That's what I thought.
That has two different origins. People say that it came from the person who used to whip, but also they was like black people start calling white people that because of the veins, like like when white people got the veins in the back of their neck, so they
The
were
what?
saying like they were cracking, like what is it called? You know how like y'all get them spider veins, like
Oh, I
people
don't know
getting
that.
blue veins and shit. They were
I
saying
know
they was
rednecks.
cracking.
They're called
Yeah, they were
rednecks.
saying. Well, they call them rednecks because their neck was red, but
Cracker because their neck cracks? Like
no,
wrinkles?
because of the vein.
The
It looked
veins.
like the vein. It looked like they were cracking because of their
Next
veins
time
were
I see a
showing.
white person, I'm gonna be like, "Can I look at your neck?" No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I've never noticed that.
Varicose because of that's the it just popped up because
Varicose veins.
varicose veins. Yeah. So not just
Oh,
only
that's
in their
interesting.
neck, but it was because they showed varicose veins, especially back in it was written. They used to get that shit fuck you up.
But
So
what
they
does
were
that have to
saying
do
they
with the
was
cracker,
cracking.
though?
No, they would call them. They were saying they were cracking,
Cracking.
like
Oh,
because of
okay.
the veins. Like the veins looked like they were cracking.
They were cracking. Oh, okay, okay. See, we learned
But
something new.
I don't like that story with the slave master cracking the whip. I don't know how true that is, but like my
I want to
grandmother.
say I looked it up when I was told that, and I want to say I confirmed it. I'm gonna look it up again.
Yeah, no, I mean that's what I said. It's like two origins.
Mhm.
Because I know my grandmother told me that's why they called him. You know that because of like they was cracking because of their veins.
Mhm.
And she
But
was
yeah,
like this, like the lady she used to work for used to have a real big one in her neck. And every time she seen, that's where I got the neck part from, but it was the
that's
actual
messed up.
vein. Yeah. But they used to be taking like the varicose veins. They used to be fucking people up back. You start getting blood clots and shit. That shit go to your heart. It's a wrap. You got a PE. It's a wrap.
But I'm with Ozzy. I thought it was originally because like the white cracker. It's cracker's white,
Yeah, just go with
and
the
then I say,
just go
oh,
with the
I'm a
simplest.
graham
Yeah.
cracker. I'm a graham.
We
Cracker.
also have a here in Australia. We have another one. Where the Italians and the Lebanese used to call us skips, and the
Skips.
reason skips, yeah, the reason we were called skips because we had a TV show here back in the 70s or 80s called Skippy the Bush Kangaroo, where the hero of the series was a kangaroo called Skippy. So they just call us skips, and I approve. Word.
You guys
Word.
have the bush
I approve
dancing.
of this. I approve of
The
this
bush.
message.
Do you know the bush dancing? I think it's called that.
No, yes, we have bush dancing.
I think it's called the bush dancing.
Yeah, we call the outback, the wilderness. We call it the bush. Yeah.
We got Bushwick Bill. Black people. We got Bushwick Bill. Fight the power. Y'all know who Bushwick Bill is, bro?
Mm-mm.
The old midget who was with NWA.
No.
Yeah,
Was he
oh my
white?
god. Nah, man, he was black. That's what I said. Black people got Bushwick Bill. We got a Bush too. I can't believe y'all don't know who y'all racist. Y'all don't know who Bushwick Bill is.
No, I've only heard of George. I've only heard of George W. Bush.
It's like the black guy that went to Japan, and they were calling him Snoop. Like what? He don't even look like Snoop. That's racist. Like that. I guess that's the only. Maybe that's all they know is Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, they could have called him MJ.
Or Kobe Bryant or LeBron. They always think.
Oh yeah.
This is Bushwick Bill. I can't believe y'all don't know who Bushwick Bill is.
No, but look at Bush
Remember the
dancing.
Ghetto Boys. That's who. He was with the Ghetto. He was with Willie D. You know Willie D. He a YouTuber now. Willie D with him and who was that? Scarface.
Okay, yeah, he looks familiar. I don't know.
Yeah, he was a little Jamaican rapper. So we got a Bush too. Bushwick.
But that could be. I don't know. That could be racist too. I don't know. It's like when they say, "Oh, all Asians look alike" or "all Mexicans look alike."
All Mexicans don't look alike. Canelo, I didn't even know he was Mexican. You know, if you Mexican, you got to know who Canelo is.
Yeah, the boxer.
Yeah, I thought he was just a white dude. No, Canelo Mexican in the motherfucker. He don't even speak English. Well, he do now, but his English is terrible. I'm
Yeah,
like,
well,
yep.
even like within Mexico, the people that are from Mexico City, they call them chilangos, and people tend to think that the chilangos are like the worst of the worst in Mexico. Like they're conniving, or they
Just
have a stereotype for them.
just got to say, Commander, I think from what I'm learning right now, the Hispanics have the most lyrical slurs. I'm kind of. They have lyrical. It's almost poetic. The kind of slurs you have. Yeah, I think they're. Yeah, that's sick. That's What's the word for tire? Is it yantha? I didn't write it down.
Oh boy.
Is it
I don't want
yantha?
to teach you anymore.
My yantha.
Yeah, you got it right. Yanta.
You got to. You say
L, but yeah.
But you've got to put a little bit of a D in there. Yanta, right?
Yeah. It's a T. Llanta.
And
Yeah.
just trying to learn how to be racist without getting caught. That's all he's
But
trying to do.
you don't really hear people saying, like, I don't really hear people saying that.
I'll be saying it. I'll be saying it. Don't worry. Words already clipped it.
That's like, I guess maybe like their code word. I don't know, but I don't really hear people saying it. But like growing up, like my mom called all of us ninjas. All of us kids were ninjas. Like still, we're ninjas. Because we had like really dark skin. Like in our family, we had really light skin. But we were all called equally ninjas.
I was wondering. Me and Katie were both wondering. I don't know if I couldn't recall if we asked you like, what was your heritage? So you're Hispanic?
Yeah, my parents are Mexican, Italian, French.
Yeah, you see, me and Mrs. Markham were being racist. We were trying to figure out if you were black or white. Right? I thought.
Are you black or white? I'm
we
neither.
completely
Well, I'm
ignored.
Caucasian on my birth certificate, so I'm Caucasian.
Oh, you're a cracker.
Yeah, when the lady, like when you go to the doctor, they ask you. And the lady got really upset because I didn't want to answer. I didn't want to put like they. Oh, it's because she tried to tell me it's because this helps out. Like they.
No, there are some illnesses which are more prevalent in certain ethnicities. It's like you should tell
and
them.
I said, well, you know
tell
what?
them, right?
Just treat me. Just treat me the same. Like. You know, you're gonna check my blood. You're gonna do blood work. You're gonna like.
Yeah, but there are some specific illnesses which do affect certain cultures more than others.
Yeah,
so
it's
you
true.
should tell them, help them out. They're trying to help you.
Yeah, she's like, well, this is what like statistically they do it. It's for a good purpose. I'm like, yeah, but it's I don't have to answer. It's my right not to answer it. She was so frustrated with me. Like she probably thought like
it's also your right to get sick and die. Okay, so well done.
Okay, but if I get sick, are they going to treat me any different? Like, I don't know. Are they going to treat me any different?
Well, it might help them to narrow down the diagnosis.
Well, possibly.
I kind of want
to. How they service you too. You talking about this is America. I'm just being real shit. I was in the medical field for 15 years, bro. If you don't think they treat you different, bro, yes they do.
Yeah, I don't want them treating me different.
Look, I went to the ER. I worked for the main hospital, right? The level 1 trauma center. And in that hospital, everybody fucking know me. Like different department, everybody know me, right? I live out in the suburbs. The main hospital was in the city. I live out in the suburb. And true fucking story. I had a fucking toothache. And I'm talking about it was killing me. I had an abscess under my tooth. And it was killing me. I went into the hospital. In the suburbs, one of the branches. It wasn't even it was a hospital. It was a small one. But, you know, being in that system, the doctors, everybody communicate. I knew some of the workers there. So I go in there. And I'm in pain, and one of the nurses recognized, oh yeah, let me get a doctor for you. They got me in a room, everything, bam, bam, bam. I'm one of theirs, right? I'm in a room, and I literally heard the doctor say, "Oh, I ain't giving him no narcotics. He coming in here seeking pain medicine. Didn't even come, never came to see me. He looked at my chart. He looked at my chart. He came in there, right? Hold on. Let me finish telling the story. So he came in there, and he was like, I'm gonna give you some Motrin and send you home. I can't do nothing for you. So I went down to my hospital. They hooked me up, made sure I was tight. They actually called a dentist. They relieved the abscess. They hooked me up, right? I had to drive 30 minutes to get that. Do you know 2 days later this motherfucker came into surgery, and I was telling I worked in the anesthesia department, and I told the anesthesiologist, old white dude, I was like, that's the doctor who said I was sinking pain meds. He said, oh, don't worry. I'm going to make sure when he was getting his knee done. He said, I'm going to make sure he feel that shit when he wake up.
Bro's got your back, bro. No, I had the same thing. I had the same thing. I had a chronic pain. I probably told you before. I've had a chronic pain issue for like a number of years, like severe chronic pain. I was on opioids for like full dose for like 2 years. And then when I recovered, I'd have occasions where I would get like relapses. The pain comes back, and I'd go to the doctor. And I moved towns, and I went to this doctor, and I said, "Listen, I've got this chronic pain issue. I need some codeine." He said, "We don't give people illicit drugs."
Bullshit.
I said, what the fuck? Like, he was treating me like I was a fucking drug addict. I said, no, bro. So I found a different doctor, an older guy, and I told him the story. And he said, no, that's wrong. He said, that's wrong. He said, you aren't addicted to pain medication. You're addicted to not being in pain. And I said, yes, man.
I just think they have like they discriminate, like they look at the person and they make an assessment based on what they think the person looks like.
Well, the point I'm making is that word's black and I'm white, and we both got discriminated against.
Yeah.
So there's
But
there's
even
another
when you
negative.
look at
Sorry, bro, go on.
but even they didn't even treat me, bro. They kicked me out. I had no history of being in pain, of narcotics, and none of that. They solely went of they didn't even treat me, bro. They didn't even drain, like they could have drained me there. Everything they did at my hospital, they could have did at your house. They just chose not to. They chose to give me Motrin and send me on my way. And that specific doctor, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, but that specific doctor has been wrote up a couple times for being for prejudging. I'm gonna say it like that, for prejudging patients.
And that was in the suburbs, right? Because I was gonna say like sometimes it's where the hospital is at, but that was a suburb hospital, you said. So
That's true. That's true, Commander. Because when I was going through that process, I was being prescribed a bottle of morphine syrup, because the doctor said to me, I'm prescribing syrup, not pills, so you can pour your own measurements and find the balance between relieving the pain and staying functional. So we're talking 5 mil, 6 mil of literally a bottle of morphine, right? It's probably worth $300 on the fucking black market, but I needed it. So he prescribed this bottle of morphine. Where I lived, I could go into the chemist. We had a retirement home. We had 3 retirement homes nearby. So they were used to like doling out pain medication. One time, I used to work in the capital city, and I had my script with me. So I went to the chemist, you call it a pharmacy, with my script for this bottle of morphine. And the woman looked at me like I'd insulted her family. She goes, "Oh no, we can't. I've got to get you've got to get the pharmacist to get the morphine out of the safe inside the safe." And I'm like, "What? I get this once a month. What's going on?" Well, it turns out down the road there was a rehab centre. This was a very affluent part of Melbourne, right? Very affluent. But there was also, in the middle of it, was a rehab centre. So there was also guys wandering around who were recovering from addiction and stuff. It really
were they
struck
like stealing?
Yeah,
like breaking into pharmacies?
Don't know if they were breaking in, but they were aware of a problem in the area. But personally, I felt like, damn, I was just, I get this once a month, and you're kind of looking at me like I'm some sort of addict. I go, no,
like,
it's
do
medication.
you really need this? Yeah.
Yeah, do you really? Well, I've got a script from a doctor. Do you think I'd fucking write my own?
Yeah, I think that happened
But
to the word too. I think he talked about that once.
Yeah, I get it. Like, I get it. Like, there's different contexts for things, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So it turns out, Commander, you, me, and Robert Demeter, if he's still around, we all have a bit of Italian, because I'm partly Italian as well. Irish and Italian. So
nice.
That's a pretty good Italian stallion. It's kind of like a good combination.
Yep. Word, I don't know if you're on a different mic or if you're muted.
Oh, no,
You're trying to
Yeah,
talk.
mate.
Oh,
Oh no,
I didn't know if you were trying.
I was about to share something, but I think I don't think y'all ready for this.
No, go on. Get the fuck out of here. Go on. Anytime someone says you weren't ready for this, I'm ready for it.
No, I don't know if I'm ready to share this because it's a piece of history attached to my family.
Have you shared
Well,
it
maybe
before?
I told the story how my grandfather, my great great grandfather was a former slave owner who bought his slaves, and his family was very prominent. And he ended up marrying the slave, and his family disowned him. Well, it
that
was
sounds
a prominent.
kind of based, to tell you the truth. Sounds kind of based. So, well, Word, maybe ask
Oh no,
yourself this question.
I got my genealogy and family tree, but is his family member, his brother actually. My
Well, maybe ask.
great grandfather's brother was an asshole, racist asshole, and he's known throughout history for doing
Well, just ask this.
unscrupulous
Ask,
shit.
ask yourself this one question: Would sharing it right now be authentic or not authentic?
No, it's not. I want to, like, when I do decide to share, I actually want to get my uncle on and have that
Wait,
conversation with him.
was he
Yeah,
a
cool.
white devil or a black devil?
He was a white
What,
devil.
Diablo or a Yantha Diablo?
Yeah,
I'm making up
yeah.
my own things now. Yantha Diablo.
He was definitely a white devil.
Hmm.
You do know, Commander, next time I come up, I'm going to change my name to Yantha, right? You fucked me
Oh
up.
boy, look what I started. My bad. I apologize.
Okay.
Robert Demeter, Bianco Diablo. He's mixing Italian and Spanish. Bianco Diablo. I think I had a girlfriend called that once.
Well, gringos are just called gringos. I'm trying to think if there's other words that people have used, but I think it's just always like gringos.
Oh, it wasn't Bianco Diablo. It was Bianca Diablo. Yeah. I once had a girlfriend called Bianca Diablo.
I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say in Spanish like white devil. I don't think I've ever heard that.
I did.
Yeah? How do they say it?
Yeah. I gotta ask my
Yeah.
sister. Cause I
Yeah,
was like, what that mean? He's like white devil. Like, oh, okay.
What's Spanish for
I never heard it used.
what's Spanish for white? Because Demeter's doing Italian. So what's Spanish for white?
Like we usually just say gringos.
No,
Like a
actual not
gringo.
I don't mean racist. I just mean white. Like if you want to buy white paint,
Oh, blanco.
Blanco Diablo. Blanco Diablo.
Blanco.
Look, I came here for a nice conversation, and it turns out Commander's teaching me how to be more racist. This is incredible.
I was trying to put word on game. I was wondering if you ever heard that before. But yeah, but like everyone, like, yeah, we're not all the same. Like even all Latinos are not the same and they don't all get along.
Now, you identify as Latino, right? So where does your family come
Yeah, so like my mom's like Mexican, and then on my dad's side, it's French, Italian, and Mexican, I guess, because it's like mixed.
from? So when people say Latino, that means Mexican.
No, Latinos are like Ryder, she's Boricua, but she's also considered Latino.
Hmm.
It's like Latin America
Okay.
Latinos.
Okay.
You know, so Salvadorians, Guatemala, like, but we're not all the same, and a lot of them don't even get along with each other. Like there's Boricuas that don't get along with Mexicans, or like Cubans sometimes don't get along. Like they get mad if you call a Cuban or a Puerto Rican a Mexican, they get mad, and then vice
Yeah.
versa.
Like my sister, like I was telling you, they Cuban. You know, their father's Cuban, and his father is Cuban, his mother's Mexican. So he's Mexican and black, and the father is Cuban. You know, my grandfather's Cuban, so that's the
And
only
then like,
grandfather I ever know.
cause you have like dark Cubans, you have Dominicans, you have very dark Dominicans, and they don't consider themselves black, but some people do consider Dominicans black.
Yeah.
And like Writers was saying that they do have black in them. Like what does she call it? Atainos or Tainos or something like that. What up,
Get your
Stoic?
ass up, you lady. That's how I be, bro. That's like
Every
even
time I
now, man.
catch
If y'all
myself.
know how much shit I did around my house since I've been live with y'all, I can't sit down. Like my kids tear the house
Get
up, and
your
that's the
ass
only
up.
time I get to kind of, you know,
Get your
straighten
ass
the
up.
house up is when they sleep. Then I wake up and it look like I never did nothing. Man, my house right now, bro. I got a basketball room and a I got a little basketball room and a trampoline in the kids' room. Right now, it's like 4 different Hot Wheel tracks, a dollhouse, man.
Don't step on a Hot Wheel.
Yeah, man. My son, I thought, man, and why did Dollar Tree start selling Hot Wheels, man? My son got so many goddamn Hot Wheels now.
Trampolines are awesome.
Yeah,
My
man.
mom says she bought me a trampoline so I wouldn't jump on the couches, and instead I would jump from the trampoline to the couch to
To the
everywhere.
couch, that's what they be doing, bro. Man, look, I was so mad. I was sitting in the living room, and we got a baby gate that you know separate because that's where like everybody come, and I want to keep my dog out and keep the kids in. So I got the baby gate. My daughter walks out, go into the little playroom, and my son like, Dad, look what she did. She got all the couch pillows on the floor, jumping off the trampoline onto the couch. She too. I'm like, you little baby
Yeah,
spider girl. Like, God damn.
it's the best.
Man. But I let my kids be kids, man. Have fun. Rock out.
They need that really, really big trampoline, like the one that you put in the yard. That's like
I'm
10
gonna get
feet.
that. I'm gonna get that when my son get a little older. I didn't want to get it for him now. They
Or
got
they
too
have
much.
like
They got enough. I got a swing set back there. They got a little roller coaster. I got a bounce house that I
yeah, the
put on.
bounce house,
Yeah, they
or
got a
like
damn
the
bounce
ball
house.
pit.
Oh
There's
my
some
god.
that
Yeah.
has the ball pit with the
It has the
bouncy.
ball pit. Yeah, that's what we got. That damn thing. Man, I mean it take a minute to blow it all up, but then it's even worse taking it down, like folding it up and putting it back in. Like, man, that shit is so annoying. Every day my
Yeah, and then you
son
want to
wanted to
clean
be.
it.
Yeah,
'Cause
you can't. I don't leave it up. You know, I clean it before I take it down. But I left it up one night. Man, it was bugs all. I'm like, God damn, bro, because I didn't feel like taking it up and down, up and down. We had like a 2-day party at our house, so
Yep. That's cool though. The kids can be kids, you know?
yeah, man, I believe in that. Let the kids be kids, man. Let them enjoy that. I didn't really have an opportunity to be a kid like that, so I made sure my kids got an opportunity. I had to grow up a little fast. I'm gonna make sure they get, had an opportunity to be a kid.
Yeah, let them do all the things. To a degree.
Yeah, yeah.
To a degree.
Man, there's people still wishing me happy birthday. I only keep checking Facebook because
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. There's a lot of birthdays right now.
there's
A lot of
Bang
birthdays.
Bang Tours game. Tours. Some Bulls, man.
I heard somebody
I'm a
say
diamond
that
bull, and I'm a
you're a diamond bull.
Yeah, April is diamond, and I'm a bull.
I heard somebody say that the horoscopes are like each one is a demon, and so then if you accept your, like you accept, I'm a Taurus, gang, whatever, that you're accepting the demon, and that the demon then becomes you or something like that. I heard somebody say the other day.
I bet you they was a Christian.
I was like, oh shoot.
I bet you there was a Christian. The only time I hear people say that is like I only hear Christians say that.
That
But
the demon needs for you to invite it and accept it, so that if you do that, you're accepting it.
all that stuff is just simply potential. You actually embody all the zodiac signs. If you really look at people the way they try to break that personality, it's just like the numerology. It's just you associate or lean more towards one aspect, and people start believing that. Like when I first learned about, I'm a very stubborn person, but I'm pretty sure most of y'all stubborn as hell too when it comes to different aspects of things. But there's some things I'm not stubborn about. But I can be very stubborn, but that's like,
What do you mean stubborn? Like not willing to accept something?
Yeah. Just standing on my own shit. Standing on what I believe in. They call it stubborn, but it's not. But anybody can be stubborn. That's just an aspect of Taurus. Grounded. I'm very grounded. There's a lot of things that associate with the Taurus that I am, but there's a lot of things with other zodiac signs. I'm like that too. I can be what is that? The two-faced. I can be a Gemini. Yeah, I can definitely be a Gemini. I can embody that energy. It's just
that's where Wildheart would say that it's all bullshit, because everybody can have traits of all of those different.
Wildheart would say, "You're fucking stupid. Why don't you shut up?"
But see, this is what.
No, he wouldn't.
This is what happened.
Sorry,
he would call you a little twat. Sorry, word.
But this what happened. People they put themselves in that box. Oh, I'm this, so they start embodying that shit. But all that shit, as so above, so below. That's just different aspects of yourself. Like when we talk about the chakra system, how I tell you is just the different bodies or aspects of yourself. 1 minute you might be a Taurus, next minute you might be a fucking Cancer, next minute you might be a Leo. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was gonna change the subject. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. You can change the subject.
Well, because I also heard that there's people that think that yoga is, I don't know if demonic, but something to do with the snake.
No, it's
evil.
Yeah, it's the Christians, because and look, I'm going to say I am leaning towards. Look, a day's going to come where I'm going to join the church, and I'll still come here and have conversations, but I'm going to believe you're all heretics, right? No, it's true.
Shit.
It's true.
The day is going to come.
He's already picked that too. He should have picked you, not me, right?
That's hilarious.
But Jesus meditated.
Nothing wrong with meditation. Nothing wrong with meditation.
They say yoga is bad because of the Hindus, They associated to the serpent because of Vishnu.
But you're just stretching. Like what?
No, it's not. Hey, no. Commander. I used to have a friend. She ran a yoga school. It's a full-blown religion. If you're doing Pilates, like you're the white girls in fucking town doing Pilates, who cares? That's stretching. But if you're into actual yoga, it's a full-on religion. It's a religious practice.
I wouldn't consider it religion, but it's ritual. It's positions that you like. People don't even understand the concept of yoga or the position of yoga. You opening up different spiritual. I don't want to say spiritual aspect. You open up different nodes through different positions, different energy points through different positions. That's why you breathe. You even breathe.
Come on, bro. That's spiritual, bro. That's spiritual. Come on.
What's wrong with spirit? We spiritual beings, bro. We got souls, right? We got spirits.
Yeah, I'm coming in. I'm coming in as a bad Christian. Anything spiritual that isn't Christian is probably demonic. That's the
Anything
that's the
spiritual
position.
that isn't Christian.
But
Yeah.
you know, even do you know how much Christianity, how much Egyptian lores influenced Christianity?
I know, and also Greek philosophy. I know. That's why I'm a bad Christian. I know, bro.
But see, that's like when people be saying that, I'll be looking like, I remember like the way the Catholic burial ritual is. That's an Egyptian burial ritual, bro.
Oh, yeah, bro.
And you go ashes, dust to dust. That's why the Hebrews put you in a biodegradable bag a day after you die and put you in the ground so you can go back to that earth. They put your
And
ass
also,
in the
also, say for example,
and
the most important season for Catholics is Easter, right? The resurrection.
Yeah.
When they invaded Britain, when the Romans invaded Britain, they put the date right on top of a pagan ceremony. So Easter every year has a different date because it follows the moon. It follows the. You see, it's not a hard R. It's not a hard R.
That's star. You know they even use the obelisk, bro. They even use the obelisk to track the sun to determine when Easter.
I know, bro. I know.
All that shit is Egyptian, bro. All that shit is Egyptian.
Well, what about dancing and music? Like, is that
Well, the Calvinists, the Protestant Calvinists, they don't approve of they don't approve of sex in case dancing breaks out.
Hey, now show it. Now check this out. You want to get you know who Ishtar is, right? Do you know how they used to worship Ishtar? The same way y'all dye y'all eggs today. But this is the difference. They used to take babies and bleed them to dye the eggs.
Okay, no, that's too much.
No, I'm telling you, bro. I'll show you that shit.
That is gross.
I'll show you that shit.
Yeah.
The worshippers of Ishtar. That's what I mean, y'all be dying eggs every like, man. Y'all
I don't be dying no eggs. I wasn't raised to be dying
shit
no
people
eggs.
do that, like even the Yule log, bro. That shit is fucking wild, bro.
I wasn't raised with no bunnies, no Santa Claus, none of that stuff.
Yeah, man. I ain't raising my kids with none of that shit, bro. Well, we fuck with the equinoxes over here. We don't have holidays. We have holy days. We don't do holidays. We do holy days.
That's kind of interesting that there's like a lot of things that are considered, I guess,
pagan.
Well, I don't know, like
we
demonic
could talk about the Christmas tree, where that came from, and Santa Claus.
Norse mythology. Santa Claus is a little different, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Even that whole. Well, go ahead.
No, you're good, bro. You're good. Thank you.
Okay, so do Christians approve of Santa Claus?
I don't even know. Are you
going to come back and tell us?
No, I will say this: there is documentation of a Saint Nick that he was actual saint that did go around and give out gifts, not in no sled or no shit like that, but there was a Saint Nick that went around and gave gifts. That's historical fact. So I mean, but this is what happens when people influence other people, so people start adding shit to their shit, and then you get evolution of some crazy shit like the Easter Bunny.
Well, when you're talking before about, like, you asked me why I wanted to join a church, I think I heard this great comment by a young Orthodox guy. I saw a debate. These were two young, impressive men. They were only about 23, and one was Protestant, one was Ortho. And they were having a debate about, what's real in terms of religion. And the Ortho guy said, no individual church father was infallible, but the aggregate of their conversations has produced the truth. So there's this conversation going through history where no one individually is correct, but the product of their conversations, their debates, these are people way much smarter, way much more devoted, way much more religious than me. And through the process of debate, conversations going back and forth, the truth comes up. That's why, if I go right back to your question before, that's why I think I'm trying to find some grounding in the church. This has been talked about, debated, worked out. The struggles have been going. There seems to be a lineage that, to me, kind of sounds solid.
Well, what's up with the Pope? Because, like, okay,
That's
people,
Catholic. That's Catholic. That's a whole
the
different
Pope
thing.
is like, they adore the Pope like if it's God, and it's there's a Pope
No, it's
every
wrong.
so often or whatever. Like, it gets changed,
Yeah,
but
no,
each
it's wrong.
Pope gets treated like a god.
Yeah, because the Catholic Church broke off from the Orthodox Church. The Catholics and Orthodox both claim to be the original church, but what really happened was the Catholics broke off from the Orthodox. And I also feel the same way. The head of the church is Jesus Christ, not some man. Yeah, correct.
It's
Some
just
Pope.
weird to me. It's just
But
so
see, I
weird.
don't.
Yes, it is.
But see, and this is why I always challenge people like to read other books too, because Jesus never had no organized religion. Jesus was talking about a lifestyle. Fuck a religion, bro. I don't fuck with that.
Yeah,
religion.
but he did say to Peter, "You are the rock on which I build my church," or something like that. Well, look, I'm way out of my depth here. I should not be trying to educate on
Oh
scripture. I'm
no,
not
that's cool.
qualified.
Even when he said that, like church just meant congregation, people coming together. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I mean, church is not religion. Like people,
Yeah,
church is not building. Church. I mean, when Jesus was speaking of church, that's why he said you go in the building, you won't find me, but if you lift a stone or turn over a rock, I'm there. You know, it's just the people coming together to congregate.
Well, he also said, where there are two or more gathered in my name, I am there with you.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
you know,
guess how many people are right here now? There's two or more.
It's more than enough.
This is the church. We're a church, kids. We're a church right now.
It becomes a church, and that's what I've been trying to like. People, what the one dude was on Mr. Mind, he wanted to debate me about. I'm like, bro, you're not even ilk, bro. We can't debate. There's not a lot. Look, I don't flex on nobody, but half of the shit people say or know about religion is bullshit, bro. I'm just being honest. Like, if you want to debate me, you gonna have to get into the Hebraic. You gonna have to get into the Greek. You gonna have to tell me what's transliterated. You gonna have to tell me. Most people don't even know where the Hebrew people came out of and why they was influenced. Like people saying Yahweh. That's the God, bro.
Didn't Jesus write the Bible in English? I'm confused, bro.
And even that, bro. Like people don't like, bro. Everything y'all reading is third person. That's from third person. Why? Like people. Like even like what old boy was talking about the Ethiopian Bible. The Ethiopians had Christianity. They had 88 books before the Catholic Church created the 66, bro. They had a book. They were the first person to organize a book. And that's why I got like even the Book of Jubilee. People don't want to touch that because of it don't correlate with their narrative.
And where did Jesus become like white, light skinned? Like, wasn't
that's true?
Shouldn't he have been like dark skinned?
Yes, Commander. I actually wrote when I was at uni. I had to write a autobiographical piece, and I thought, who wants to hear what I have to say? But it was part of the project, so I had to. When I was in primary school, I remember it was a Catholic primary school, and up on the wall there was a picture of Jesus, and I called him the effeminate Viking. This is in the 70s, right? No shit. Long blonde hair, you know, a bit feminine looking and all this. Jesus was probably like a little short, dark-skinned Arab, right? Arab, Jew, I mean, they're kind of cousins. But yeah, it's possible if Jesus was like most people, like the everyman, if he was representing normal people, he was a little big-nosed, olive skin, short hair, kind of. He wasn't that beautiful creature that we see. However, is it fair that through mythology we kind of revere the people who are most important, and that we kind of mythologize about that? Is that a bad thing to do? To lift the people who are most important to us?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's okay. I think. Well, I remember
you make them wait.
I remember sorry, word. I remember the first time. The first time I ever saw, you know, Madonna and Child. It's a painting of Mary holding Jesus. The very first time I saw an Ethiopian picture of Madonna and Child, and I went, "What the?" Because you know they look like Ethiopians. I go, "Hang on a minute."
Black Jesus.
Yeah, Black Jesus.
Yeah.
I thought Jesus was white, bro. Come on. Just like me.
I was gonna say, man, when you said it is wrong to lift the people up, lifting them up, turning them away.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. There's this lady on YouTube, and she's black, and she has all her Santa Clauses are black Santa Clauses.
Well, it's the same thing like when you know, like let's go right back to this is how bizarre it gets, right? I don't know if I'm making sense, but you know, we have a product over here called Band-Aids. They're like a sticky you put over it, like if you cut yourself, it's got a bit of a pad of gauze, and it's got like a sticky strip that sticks to your skin. Have you heard of those? That just like
Yeah.
Well, it turns out they were racist because they had light coloured to match white skin.
Oh yeah, because they were saying like Band-Aids. I think there's somebody making Band-Aids with different skin tones now.
Yeah, perfect, right? So, but it's not. It's the same. Here's the other issue. So I used to do a bit of photography, right? It was like a paying hobby. So the thing about a camera is it hasn't got the same range of light as the human eye. If you calibrate it for light colors like snow, all the dark things just go black. If you calibrate for the dark things, all the light things go white and it blows out. People were calling cameras. So people were calling cameras racist because people with dark skins, like the cameras adjusting for the snow behind, and it made the black people just all black, and they go, "That's fucking racist." Get the fuck out of here.
Well, like surveillance cameras, most of them have like. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Oh, the money.
Shout out to Stoic. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you.
The key word is consistency, right? Yeah, consistency is hard work. Sometimes you just want to crash out.
Here you go, bro. In my bathrobe, doing the thing. Yeah.
Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out. The key word is consistency, right?
Key word is consistency.
It's funny because like the alien is Word's favorite, and the alien is my least favorite.
For real? I love
Yeah. But I like Kieran holding he's holding like a glass and a cigar.
That's not me, girl. That's not me. What the fuck?
That's you. You sold yourself. You sold the image to where I don't know where Word got it from.
I think I look at honestly, me with the cigar and all that. I look a little bit like Pitbull. I think I'll be okay with that.
Pitbull.
You know, Pitbull. Yeah. I'm probably 2 inches taller, but I think I look a little bit like Pitbull.
Hey, shout out to Stoic. He said Santa Claus is evil.
Stoic has a lot to say. I don't know why he's not up here on panel.
Talking about Krampus.
He's busy working.
Oh, is
He
he?
said, Satan is Santa. You better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why Santa Claus is coming to town. He sees you when you're sleeping, and he knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been good or he knows if you've been bad or good. So be good, for goodness sake.
Are you
That's
reading
the old.
freestyle?
That's the old song.
No, that's what Stoic put in the chat.
Oh,
Mm.
that was freestyle. But yeah, that's
He said that's evil.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Stoic.
That shit crazy. A lot of shit, man. They had kids singing "Ring Around the Rosie." Man, when I learned that, I'm like, y'all fucked up, man. Like, I got kids singing this crazy ass shit. This was a plague song. They were singing that shit when they was picking up the bodies of people.
Correct.
Man,
Ring Around Rosie. Ring Around Rosie was about the Black Plague.
yeah, like this shit is y'all weird, man.
Sorry, I said black. I didn't mean to be racist.
Shame on you. Stoic said the alien is it's his side piece. The alien.
Yeah, so Stoic, the same guy who's saying Santa Claus is evil, is saying the alien is my side piece. Bro, you can't serve two masters.
I think God is an alien.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
If you add anthropomorphism to God, then technically, by definition, is an alien.
God
By
is an alien.
definition,
Mm-hmm. Hey, did you guys see Spain and Portugal lost power?
no.
Like 2 countries? They said 2 countries lost electricity. Like since I think yesterday. They can't do nothing. Everything's like stuck. People out on the streets,
Man, that's crazy. I remember.
traffic.
Y'all remember when the whole was you living on the east? Remember what was that 2001 when the whole East Coast lost power?
No, I don't know. I don't remember that. I
Hey,
know. Was
guys.
it Houston? What?
Yeah, Commander. Would it be okay if my stepdaughter said hello? She just wandered into the room.
Of course.
Hello.
What up,
How
girl?
are you? What up, though?
Not much. What are you up to?
You know,
Yeah,
just talking about the world.
Yeah,
We're solving on the world's problems.
Yeah, real.
For real.
Oh, real.
Okay, so you go. Take care. All right.
I'm
Unreal.
gonna have to enroll y'all into words linguistics school so y'all can learn a different dialect.
I'm good.
You already learned it. You picking it up. When you start
You're trying to
saying,
send me across the border.
when Commander, I done rubbed off on all y'all. You saying I'm good. What
I'm
you
straight.
I'm straight.
No, see, you say I'm straight.
No,
You got me fucked up.
No, I say I'm good all the time too. Like, no, I'm good. And I say I'm
Yeah,
straight.
so Commander, when you said someone's trying to send you across the border, which direction?
It don't matter. I don't know. You gotta ask D-Ship.
No, it's funny though, when you said like I go, I'm good. It's a bit like the other day, Word, when you told me there's a very specific cultural context when someone says touch me and see what happens. I didn't know that was actually a different thing to what it meant to me. And when I go, I'm good or all good, that means something different to me than what it means to you.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, fuck out of here. Like if I say I'm good, that means hell no. Fuck on. Or if I say I'm straight, that's the same thing. Just fuck on. No, I'm good. I'm straight. I mean, when I say, usually I say I'm good. Like when I say I'm good, it's like passive. When I say I'm straight, it's aggressive.
Yeah, it's the same. If you're in a English or an Australian pub, and someone calls you cunt, you're probably okay. But if someone calls you mate, watch out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really. Yeah, correct. Hey, how you going, cunt? What's been fucking going on? That's cool. Someone goes, are you right, mate? Fucking watch out.
Oh, okay. I got it. Interesting. Well, if word says you got me fucked up, that means you better brace yourself.
I'm pretty sure I heard you done got me fucked up.
Cause you done pissed him off. You done went too far.
You done went too. Don't be racist, Commander. Oh my God, you're doing it all night. You're making us all more racist. How dare you?
I blame word.
Hang on. I've got to go and eat some watermelon in my pink Cadillac. Hang on.
Pink Cadillac? What? A flamingo Cadillac.
Flamingo. Okay, so what's the Spanish word for flamingo? I'm dying to know.
It's the same. Flamingo.
Is it? Flamingo. It's probably a Spanish word. It's probably a Spanish word to begin with. It's like, what's the French
flamingo? Word? Oh, that sounds sexy.
I know, right? It's a bit like when George W. Bush said, the French have no word for entrepreneur.
That's messed up.
It's a French word.
Entrepreneur is a French word?
Of course it is. So is gâteau. Gâteau for cake, that's a French word. Terrace is a French word. But German words, we have kindergarten, that's a German word. Pajama is an Indian word.
Pajama.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, word. Your mic is word. Your mic is bro.
I was outside. I thought I was on Chino, but I wasn't. I was sitting there talking the whole time.
Word. I think Stoic might be out back. He's complaining in chat. Yo, let me in.
Oh, my bad, bro. I wasn't even by the computer. I got you, bro.
Did you get this? Look,
I didn't hear the bloop. Usually, it'd be like bloop.
Boys and girls,
15 minutes and then I gotta go.
This sometimes happens. Word sometimes takes his blind ass and walks away for a piss and can't find his way back, and then we all have to wait. We'll have to wait until he figures it out.
I do, bro. I be trying to. I got to multitask, man. I'm a father. I got to get shit done. You know, I be moving all the time, even though I can't see. Don't stop me.
Hey, yeah, that's what I be about now, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be going. I'm supposed to be going home, but I'm still at work.
Hey, man.
Bro, it's fucking late here in Australia. It's like 6:13. What's going on? Why aren't you going home?
That's fucking early. What are you talking about?
He's a company man.
He's not really. He's not really. He's an artiste. You're an artiste. You're an artiste having a company experience.
Exactly.
He's a divine being having a work experience.
Yes,
that's true.
Yes, he's an individual having an NPC experience.
An NPC.
Yeah, I feel like that sometimes. Hey,
No, fair call, bro. It's soul destroying.
it is, but no more, NPC.
How so?
And because oh, go ahead, you answer that one, but I'm gonna follow up.
How so? How so? I was lazy. I'm lazy. I'm lazy. Um, One thing I realized, I have everything I need, but I don't put it to good use, basically. So everything I have, everything that I have is I'm putting it to trash, basically.
Hey, if you serious about that coaching, bro, let me know because I see like three glaring aspects that I can help you with. Because I keep telling you to do one thing, but I think I have to show you. There's one thing
No,
you keep doing, and I don't think you're aware of. And it like old habits, it take a while to,
Yeah. Don't talk
you
down to
know what I'm saying?
yourself.
There you go. She already knew what it was. That's why I call her my
Yeah.
apprentice. That's the lady of the nine. Stop playing with me. Yeah.
Yeah, but also
hey,
stoic. Yeah, stoic.
yo,
Do you think you have an artistic spirit? Would that be a fair thing to say?
I have a helping spirit. Artistic,
Not
I am. Yeah.
not autistic, artistic.
Shit. He's got the
You
tism.
can be both. You can be both. But do you
Hey,
think you have an? Do you think you have an artistic spirit?
What
Artistic.
what
Yeah.
about creative?
Elaborate.
Can
Elaborate.
can
Yeah.
you
Creative,
a
I am.
creative spirit?
Creative.
Creative, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
uh,
Thank you, Commander. Thank you, Commander. Yes, I think I think stoic. I think stoic. I'm gonna be really rude and just say what I think. I think stoic is an artist, which is it's really hard to make a living as an artist, and there's nothing wrong with making a living. But I think the corporate world is sucking the life out of you, bro. So either find an artistic outlet while you work there. I'm not saying jump. I'm not saying jump. I'm not saying jump out of your job. I'm just saying, bro, you've got to find some kind of artistic outlet. Tell me I'm
I
wrong.
like how you. No, no, no. You're not wrong. I like how you said that because uh, I reminisce as a child. I was very artistic, right? But everyone tells me I can't make money from being artistic, right? So now I'm in the corporate world, and the corporate world is killing me. But
yeah.
however, I can make the corporate world work for me.
Okay, now check this out. Okay, I love that you said that, and I want you to think about it like this: you're a divine being having human experience, right? Once you accept that, check this out. The world is
Yeah,
your canvas, bro. Make that corporate
yeah.
world. Make your like art ain't just creating with brushes, pens, paper. No, you create with actions, bro. You create with your energy. So that's what I'm a creator. I'm a generator. I like building stuff. I didn't know how to do that in the medical field until I learned how to do it in the medical field. You know,
Hmm.
just being oh shit, there's bats out here, bro. What the fuck? My bad. Hold on, what's going on? It was a of bat, bro. It's like four bats just hit this tree. I'm looking like, hold the fuck up. I
Just want to
know
add
Hey,
one
I'm
thing.
word.
Batman, but
Want to add one thing. Want to add one thing. This is for Stoic's benefit, okay? This may sound strange, but sleep on it. The reason we put frames around paintings is to stop the art from spilling out and causing chaos all over the world.
I love that.
I know,
I
right,
love
bro?
that.
Yeah, bro. Okay, I'm going to be quiet. You cook. Go on, Stoic. You cook.
Yeah, no, I just want to give words some grace, basically. You know, a lot of people would tell me to see a psychologist, but it never sat right with me. Um, Talking about my shit, talking about my problems and whatnot, but they get paid to do that, right? And it never sat right with me. But when you're like that, you kind of seek other avenues for help, trying to get better, and it can take some time. But I feel like I found my niche. You know, only the past maybe a month or so, I've been doing something out of the ordinary. I've just been doing me, basically. Because I would tell myself, I would tell myself, fuck it, I can do it tomorrow. Tomorrow comes, and on that day, I'll say, fuck it, I'll do it tomorrow.
Do it
And the
tomorrow.
work would just, the work
Pile
would
up.
just climb and climb. But the thing is, I want clarity. I want to be able to think straight throughout the day, and what needs to be done has to be done. Not leave it for tomorrow, basically. And
So what needs done? What needs done?
look, I'm in a good position in my corporate world, right?
Simple question.
But
what needs done?
Simple question. What needs to be done? Myself. When you,
Bro,
hey,
come on.
hey, Kieran,
Come on, bro.
Kieran, no, when you say like that, what needs to be done? It
Well,
could be
you
work.
said no. Hang on. You said something needs done. I was just asking what needs done. I was asking the question that you posed. What needs done?
Okay. Work, basically. Work.
Okay. Cool. Is there something else? I'm just wondering, bro. Is there something else?
No, because work is easy, basically. Work is easy. People is hard. Okay.
Well,
when you're balancing,
maybe if I could go back to something that Gary was speaking about before. You can't serve two masters. So I get the feeling at the moment, and bro, I'm not judging because I'm the same. This is a brother talking to a brother who's going through the same thing. I get a very distinct feeling that you're serving two masters right now.
And who do you think I'm serving? In your opinion?
The first one is the corporate world. You're serving that master. Excuse me. You're serving that master, the corporate world. But there's another master. There's another one that you're grappling with.
Would that be me?
That'd be you, and that'd be your creativity.
Right. Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Okay, brother. I think you're. Oh my God. I'm sorry for being so blatant, and I.
Please.
Are you telling him to get a hobby?
I kind of am. I kind of am. I'm going to stop now. Commander, you take over because you fucking nailed it.
No, can I say something too? Look,
Get a hobby.
I wouldn't say this to you, so if I didn't think you had the potential, But like Karen said, like what he's saying was like the corporate world, like he's saying you limited yourself by doing things their way. And I think you creative enough to own that shit. And like I said, make that your canvas. You can still be creative while doing it by doing their job. You can still put your stamp on it by either creating nuances to it, developing it more. You can still use your creativity Well,
Can I? Yeah. Can you say? Can I say what my vision is?
uh-huh.
My vision is to take over the company.
Mm-hmm.
That's my vision, and I know I can, but there's a few hurdles, there's a few walls, there's a few things I need to dig before I get there. And yeah, I know my hurdles. I know the things I have to jump over, but I'm not the same person when I first spoke to you guys when I first jumped on live, basically. But what I can say is I can see progress. It's very minimal, very minimal.
Don't say that. Don't say that. It ain't minimal. If you ain't the same person, that's major, bro. Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something. Now this is
Please,
some stuff,
please,
right?
please.
Learn yourself, right? Like you said something earlier when he asked you what needs to be done. You said work on myself. That was the right answer. Because that's what we constantly doing. But let me tell you a byproduct of working on yourself, right? So this is a byproduct of mastering. So you begin to understand how to interact with people, how to interact with different people. Because I know myself, I know who I can interact with, I know who I can't. I know how to interact with. I don't interact with all y'all the same,
Mm-hmm.
and that's because I know myself. And by knowing myself, I take the time out to observe other people. And I like to use the term bully, but you will hear my brother Lilith say act accordingly.
Act
And that's all I
accordingly,
do.
yeah.
Yeah, and that becomes social intelligence. Like if you look up and see what social intelligence is, it's just simply understanding how to interact with society or social venues or social opportunities you get. And a lot of
Right.
social intelligence is what Carrion don't like is an emotional intelligence. But the reason they associate with one another because if you ain't got your own shit together, how you gonna expect to help other people or interact with other people who don't get their shit together then? That's why it be chaos. Everybody else fucked up.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
So
Well,
sorry. Sorry, bro.
yeah. Let
Sorry,
me.
bro.
Yeah. Let me say this.
Sure.
I've never got validation, but I've got confirmation. Right.
Mm-hmm.
In my corporate world, they took 3 people out of my team just because they knew I could do it myself. Me equals 3 people, and to me that's confirmation.
That sounds like validation, bro. That sounds a
But
whole lot like validation.
sometimes when you
Validation.
do too much, you get burnt out, and then people expect you to continue doing the job of 3 people because they know you can do it, but then when you want to like,
To me,
hmm
to me it's confirmation. Like I can run the whole office without the 3 people. But the thing is, to harken back what I was saying, is I need to work on myself. So the people higher ups, they can say that I can do it, but I still need to work on myself in that regards.
Yeah. So Stoic is can you God, this is like a fucking struggle session. We're all fucking banging. We're all piling on Stoic. Okay. So
Tell me.
Stoic.
I don't mind. I don't mind.
Okay, Stoic.
I don't mind.
Okay, Stoic. Is there a context in your life where you can feel good about saying no?
Can you? Okay, I like to separate my working life to
I
my
just asked
outside
like
life.
broadly. Yeah, I said broadly
Stoic
speaking.
has been
Is there?
saying no a lot, and he's trying to say yes now. He's trying to say
No,
yes.
no. I'm asking the question. And he asked for clarification. Is there a
Please.
context? Well, where is the context in your life where you can say no? and feel good.
And feel good.
Mm-hmm.
Inside work, yes.
Really? At work, you can say no. I'm not doing that.
In work, no. In work, I can say no, but the higher ups have different decisions. Exactly. You know what I mean?
So I said, where you say no and feel good. Where do you say no? Fuck off! I'm not doing it, and also feel good about that.
It's half and half, to be honest. It's half and half, basically.
So if I said, Stoic, it seems to me you're being nibbled to death by ducks. Would that be a incorrect statement?
Do you think I'm being a brown nose?
No, I didn't say that. I said, are you being nibbled to death by ducks?
Kinder, but what
Okay,
they do don't. What they do don't really. Whenever they say no, I do better. I try harder.
So it seems to me, Stoic, that, and no shade, no shade.
Can I ask one question? Because this is like interesting to me right here. Just watching this dialogue. Carrie, do you feel like Stoic is in a defensive position right now?
Sorry, I missed that last bit, mate. Your mic was a bit retarded.
Do you
In
feel
a
like Stoic is
defenseless or defensive?
defensive position right now?
Do I feel defensive?
No. Do you feel Stoic? With your line of questioning, do you feel like he's in a defensive posture right now?
Not really. No. I'm just trying to get down to the bones of it. I think Stoic.
I don't even know if Stoic know he's in one, but he is in one. He's answering your question by anticipating what you're going to say or what your intent of asking the question is. That's a defensive posture.
From who?
From Stoic.
Yeah,
He's saying Stoic's being defensive.
Yes, I think Stoic's a people. I think Stoic's a people pleaser. He's a people pleaser. I love the guy, but he's a people pleaser.
I don't think he's a people pleaser.
I don't
think so either.
At heart, he's not. But he's living as a people pleaser. Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't think he is.
I see where Kieran is coming from in the corporate world, and a lot of people in the corporate world will say, if you say yes to everything, you're a people pleaser. You just say yes, and you get the flack of the burden, right? With me, I don't try and burden myself, to be honest, right?
Yeah, sounds right.
I
I've
heard
been there, bro.
Stoic say he's a servant, that he serves. So when you're a servant, you can, like, any job is always like serving. Doesn't matter what it is. You're helping.
Not quite true. Not quite true. You can respect your job and respect your role, but if your boss asks you to do something fucking stupid, you can say no.
Okay, let me give you some context. Let me give you some context. The area manager fucks with me, right? And she's my gateway to rising up, basically, right? So because she messes with me, I'm willing to put into the work. And who knows, a year from now or 2 years from now, I'll be higher or wherever I'm at. Only because I do have support from higher ups, right? So to be a people pleaser, I ain't that. I ain't trying to please people at all. It's about the work. If I can get the work done 9 to 5 and anything accumulate on that day, I'm willing to stay behind, which I'm doing today, and making sure tomorrow is easier for the whole team,
There you go.
basically.
So, hey, I want to ask you a question. When you do stuff in life, right, do you give it all you got, or do you assess the situation and apply the proper amount of energy to it?
Hmm. Can you say that again? Sorry.
No, I was asking, Karen, like, when you do things in life, do you just go all out, or do you assess the situation and apply what you feel is the proper energy towards the situation?
Karen, that's your question, Karen.
That's for Karen.
Oh, sorry, I was a bit distracted. Can you ask again, please?
So, like, when you do things in life, do you go all out, or do you assess the situation and apply the proper energy to it that you feel is appropriate?
It's kind of depends on circumstance. It's often generally it's a bit of both. I'm looking forward, but also thinking in the moment. But there are moments where I go, this needs to happen now, so I just fucking do it. I just kind of back myself. Generally speaking, I'm thinking about the future, but sometimes I just go, nah, fuck it. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I think this is right, so I do that. And I'm prepared to accept what happens.
Yeah, I would have loved. Yeah, word.
No, I was just saying, like, from a young age, my father always told me, if you gonna do something, do it. Don't half-ass it. Just go at it. Give it all you got, and that way, if you fail at it, you can at least say you gave it everything. So that's just how I approach life. So, and it, like, listening to Stoic, it just put me back when I was working in the hospital. Right? They didn't even want me in that position, bro. They didn't even want me around there, bro. So you know what I did? I transformed that whole fucking position. I went and learned it. I learned the job, seen what it takes, how I felt I can improve. And you know what I went and did? I went and took classes that wasn't even required, just so I can do my job more effectively and efficiently. And they had to create a whole new fucking title for me, bro. Whole new fucking title they had to create because of what I did with it. So when I hear you, speak, when you say you want to take it over, you want to, it just put me in that mindset, like, and then like you was saying, like, I always say, do things today to make your tomorrow better, and that's all you're doing. You putting the work in today, so tomorrow you setting yourself up for the next day. You setting yourself up for success. That's what it takes. And you learn how to do shit. You learn how to this whole corporate thing. I don't know if it's a new experience, but you got the opportunity to learn it now. And you can take what you learn and make it work for you. You're saying right now you want to take over their company. You learn the ins and outs of that shit. You might fuck around and make your own damn company. That's free that experience is free education, my brother. I'm telling you.
That's how I feel. That's how I feel.
Yeah. So shit, use that. Just like they gonna use you, use them too. Use that shit for experience. Because the skills that I acquired just by trying to do my job better, I can take that shit on the road anywhere. You learn how to do that shit. They letting 3 people go because of what you do. There might be another company willing to pay you a little bit more money to come do that for them too.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I'm about to ask him, if you're taking 3 people from me, you guys got to pay me for whatever to compensate, right? If I can run this office with only minimal amount of people, can y'all just pay me appropriately? You know what I mean?
That's how you abuse yourself, bro.
And that's what I've been
If you lose,
applying.
guess what? If you leave, they're gonna have to hire 4 people. You see what I'm saying?
That's right. That's right.
So
That's
now,
right. They yeah,
solidify
they're
yourself.
giving. Sorry.
I was about to say solidify yourself so your position is strong and they can't deny it.
Yeah, 100%. But one thing I do recognize in myself is my habits, basically. So I can see the vision, but there's a lot of habits I got to get rid of to be that person where people look up to me and see me for what I am.
So you mold yourself, you build yourself, bro. And you do that by acknowledging or becoming like the AAA. You become aware, you accept. I hear the awareness. I hear the accept. Now it's time to take action.
Action.
Time to change. Yep. So you educate yourself. Educate yourself. Put yourself around the things you desire. Learn how to match that frequency or become that. You can transform yourself at any point in time in your life if you choose to. If you choose to, you just gotta choose it. So those habits can be broken. I give you a cheat code. Create better habits.
Yep.
Replace it with a better habit, bro.
100%. 100%. And I was listening to the first 30 minutes of the live, and what I got for the first 30 minutes was practice. Practice means taking the time to practice. Allocate time to practice, right? It don't matter 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, right? Even better, 1 hour. But what I took from the first 30 minutes is practice, right? I'm still here at work. I've got so much to do, but if I wasn't at work, I'll be at home scrolling and going through my YouTube. You know what I mean? But I'm not. I'm here. And yeah, I got to give you grace, word. I got to give you grace.
I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, like you said, utilizing your time. I always believe in setting myself. That's what I'm doing right now, bro. I'm setting myself up for my not only my morning but my wife's morning is a lot easier.
Yeah.
My job is to put my family in the best position. If my wife can wake up and don't really have to do nothing but focus on what I need her to do, she can get that done without being distracted. So only thing I gotta do is straighten this up, clean up, and then she can function and do what I need her to get done in the morning. And no distraction. We will oil machines. That's how you complement. I believe in complementary, not compatibility.
Complementary out of compatibility. Hey, wow. That's powerful. That's powerful. Yeah, and yeah, I don't be seeking validation anymore, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, and the thing that got me the past few weeks was just confirmation, right? They've been sending me to office to office to office, and my area manager was asking me, how come this office wants you here and this other office wants you there? And I go, I don't know. Why do they want me there? I don't know. But it's just confirmation that whatever I'm doing, putting in that work, applying, and you speak of action, and action, I don't have to say anything throughout the whole day. My action says all the, you know what I mean? It just,
It tells a story, bro. It's what you do. It tells a story.
Yeah, so Stoic, what did your action mean?
Action mean is I
Your
take
action.
over
No, personally, no,
my
you,
action.
you personally, yeah.
What my actions mean.
Yeah.
What my actions mean. Okay,
Mhm.
so I work with people, right? And maybe it's a job for them, but when I can see someone who is not adequate, I put myself and I take charge. I take over. I don't take over as in I do the job for them. I take action by showing them how to do it. So basically, I'm supposed to be the leader, right? But I'm teaching all my colleagues how to lead, right? None of my colleagues need me. All you have to do is know how to lead, and they can do it for themselves. And I think
Okay,
that's what
so
a leader is about.
Yeah, sorry, bro. So here's a question. What does hanging out with us, what space does that fill? Like, what's missing that hanging out with me and Word and Alpha, what does that fill that's missing?
Yeah, spiritual. So we are apparently spiritual beings in a human experience. A lot of people just have a human experience. How many people can say they're having a spiritual experience inside a human? A lot of people are about the mind and body, but a lot of people aren't about mind, body, soul, basically. So a lot of people are stuck in the corporate world, right? And they're caught up in the physical world, the body. And a lot of people are caught up in the mind, the struggle. But the spiritual awareness, it doesn't matter about the mind or the body. So long you got the spiritual in check, the mind and body will follow. Exactly.
Can I articulate that a little different, please? Can I add something to that? Rather, not articulate it different, but
Go for it.
he
Go for it.
he's around people who matches his frequency.
Mm-hmm.
It's different when you resonate. Like people, it feels good when you're around people and y'all think alike, but it hit different when y'all matching frequency, and that's the spiritual
100%.
aspect you're talking about. It's just something that it feels you. You feel it. It feels good to be around it. Not thinking. I'm not even thinking. I'm literally feeling. It feels good to be around. Everybody, people, until I know the experience because I experienced it. I get around certain people, I just listen to them talk. I don't even need to interact with them. I can just, listen to them talk. And it's that frequency. Like these are like I say, light-hearted people. With that, when I say light-hearted, that's like soul. The heart is the soul, the mind is the spirit. So when you hear me say light-hearted and like-minded, I'm talking about people who you match some frequencies with, that spirit and that soul connection. Two different connections.
Right.
But if you can get both of them, then that should feel wonderful.
Yeah. Let me bounce off that one. A lot of people who are missing the spiritual aspect will seek people who have it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's me. Oh my gosh, you just made me realize. A lot of people come to me because a lot of people are stressed because of life, but I really don't. I keep the stress inside, but I think when you say it like that, a lot of people see who have that spiritual side in them, and they gravitate to them. All my colleagues come to me. All my colleagues come to me. Richard. My name is Richard. And they come, hey, help me out.
Hang on. Your name's Dick.
What?
Your name's
My
Dick,
name.
bro.
My name is Big Dick. My name is Big. But all my
I'm messing
colleagues,
with Mhm.
yeah, but all my colleagues will come to me. Hey, can you help me out? You know, just because I won't call them out for their wrongs. I'll
Mhm.
just say like this. I'll just say like this. This is how you do it. You know, forget about being stressed. Just don't worry about the people, the customers. Just keep within yourself and just relax and just do it like this. Just be relaxed. There's no need to be stressed and be caught up in what customers going through, because a lot of the customers would just blatantly offer their hatred, their annoyance, their struggles onto people, right? And they're taken on board as they accept the customer's struggles or annoyance. And I tell them, don't worry about them, okay? Their annoyance is not yours, all right? So just, if anything, come to me, and they always come to me for help, you know, because I always alleviate the stress. I always alleviate the struggle.
So, Stoic, do you think you might be a leader in disguise?
I am, yeah. I'm a leader in disguise, basically, but
There we
I'm
go.
a leader.
Hang on. Let's explore that. What's a leader? Because
I was about to ask that. Like, hold on, bro. What you mean by leader in disguise?
leader in disguise. Is it possible? Because this is my experience. I have a certain personality, but I was brought up in a way that denied my personality and made me the opposite of what I actually am. And it's taken me 55 years to figure out who I am. I'm not the person I was shaped to be. I'm just wondering if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out who I am, but here's the thing. I think I know who I am spiritually, right? Everything I do is in accordance to spiritual, like trying to help out and giving yourself to others and giving
What
yourself
about you,
less,
bro?
basically.
What about you? What about you?
Here's the thing. Spiritually, I know I'll always be okay, right? I'm that person who gives my lunch. I'm the person that gives my last $2. You know? Spiritually, I know I'm always okay, right? I always leave myself short.
Okay, here's the actual question, and I'm asking it for me and you, brother. Stoic, who are you? Answer that one. That's a good question. Who are you?
I don't think anyone knows who they are physically.
Come on,
or
bro.
no. Listen. No one knows who they are worldly. No one knows who they are in the mind. No one knows who they are spiritually. Is what I'm saying.
So word. Yeah, so word.
I do.
Do you know who you are?
I know who I am. I keep
you know
telling
who you
you,
are.
bro. It's in the title. I'm a divine being having a human experience, bro. That's exactly who I am.
I say this in general. A lot of people don't know who they are. But if you ask me specifically,
do you know? Yes. Do you know who you are?
I know who I am spiritually. Yes.
Bruh, come on. You sound okay. I'm going to use Australian slang. Stoic, you sound like a really good cunt. Just saying. You do.
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying. I'm not trying to put myself.
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, I'm not trying to put myself on a pedestal. I hate that.
Tell me I'm
I
wrong.
hate
Tell
that.
me I'm wrong. You're a good cunt, right? Am I wrong?
You're right.
There we go. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Was it that hard?
No,
Was it that hard?
no. Here's the thing. I complicate things, right? I learned from my complications.
Right. You're a good cunt.
Why
There we
don't
go.
y'all? Why
Let's
don't y'all think y'all? Why don't y'all know who y'all are? I'm curious, man.
good
I
question.
mean, I know.
Because
I mean, a lot of people. I mean, I like to understand it on a bit individual. I don't really care about like the common thread. I like to hear the individual aspect of it. I learn more from that. So I'm just interested why y'all don't feel like y'all know who y'all are.
because
Yeah.
because Stoic, if I could, because how do I put it?
Because we're always
Life.
growing. We're always
No,
growing.
bro,
How can?
no, bro. Hang on. No, hang on. I'm gonna formulate an answer because life's complicated. A whole bunch of stuff happens to us, and we lose track of who we are. We end up responding to life,
Hmm.
and yeah, fair cool. I'll just say that.
Yep.
But those experiences in life mold you to who you are. Like those
Hey,
experiences,
word,
like you're going through shit. That's what made me who
word,
I am, bro. I
word.
don't think people. Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
Are you the same person 10 years ago?
No,
Are you the same person 5 years ago?
no, I'm not the same person I was
Of
last year.
course not. Of course not.
Will
Of
you? Be,
course not.
will
Stoic.
will you?
What?
Yeah.
Why does that
Will you
make
be
me
the?
not know who I am?
No,
Now,
will
let
you?
me show you something. No, I
Okay.
won't be the same person. I won't be the same person next year. You know
Yeah.
why?
So
Because I'm constantly improving and working on myself. But how am I supposed to know where I'm going if I don't know who I am? How am I
Okay.
supposed to know
So
where I'm
Stoic,
going?
okay. All
hang
right.
on, bro. I hear what Stoic's saying.
Yeah.
Stoic,
I hear what you said.
sorry, bro. Who are you today? That's the question. Who are you today?
I'm gonna say it like this.
I'm,
I'm gonna say it like this. You know the qualities of yourself. You know the attributes of yourself. You don't know who you are really, but you know the qualities and the attributes. That's all I'm saying. Because I don't know who I am, but I know the qualities. I know my
I know who
attributes,
you are.
and that's
I
who
know who
I
you
am.
are. I know who you are.
but see, I think that's why people get lost. Because even looking, I understand, though, like you say, you're consistently evolving. So because you continuously change, you feel like I can't know what I'm going to be. But that's not true. Because, like, for me, I say I'm the author of my story. The changes that evolve in me is because it's because I mean, life will give you whatever it's going to give you, but it's up to you how you perceive it. How you perceive it is
Hey,
how
You
you
know,
interact with it. So that's
word.
how I can determine, no matter what situation
Word.
you give me, I know what I am. And I know how, that's what people call morals, right? And values and standards. You know what I'm saying? People say these things, but like I said, they don't practice them. Because if you practice it, you know who you are. If this is just who you are, no matter what the circumstances call for, you will be you. If you know who you are. But if you don't, when you get faced with those different adversities, you don't know what you go do. You hear people say that. I don't say that.
it sounds to me. It sounds like you are the narrator of your life already.
You got to build yourself like that, though, bro. That's what I'm telling you. You have to build yourself. You have to
Yeah.
determine, hey, in
Yeah.
situations, no matter
Yeah.
what, this is who I am. This is what I am.
Hmm.
And I
Hmm.
know and it's hard, bro. It's hard to be like, even like I said, I changed, right? Now, when I was running around the street. I didn't know who I was. That's why I was doing anything, doing everything. But I know who I am now. Now I have structure. Now I have standards. So it's things that I may even feel an inkling like I want to blow this motherfucking head off. But that's not who I am no more. I am the man who walks away. I'm the man who chooses peace. I am
So Word.
I am now.
Yeah, so Word. If I asked all the big questions, like the big social questions right now,
Mhm.
and we all gave different answers, would that be okay?
I don't care.
Really? Really?
Like what's the big social question?
Well, maybe oh
Ask
my God,
one for shits and giggles. Ask one for shits and giggles.
bro, I can't do this. I it's your panel. I don't want to do
But
TLS.
see, but like even with me, like if you ain't learned by now, bro, like I just told you earlier, what people eat don't make me sick. How you feel about something is how you feel. I'm not gonna feel no
Okay,
type of way.
well, let's pick one. Let's pick a really big topic and see
You
what
pick
the
it.
three people on abortion. You see?
I mean,
Stoic, what do you think?
me.
Well,
Yeah,
Stoic, what do you
y'all
think?
say.
Stoic, what do you think?
Abortion?
Yeah, yes or no?
I don't know, man. Like,
Bruh.
I really, when you say abortion, and it's all case by case, basically. But with everyone, it's about what they want in life, basically. You know, what they want to achieve, what they see themselves to be in life, right? You can say abortion or whatever the case may be, but
Bro, I'll
that
give you a
don't make
proper
you.
answer. I'll give you a proper answer. No. There we go. You see?
You want to know my answer?
Yeah, sure.
I don't care.
Yeah, I agree.
We don't
I agree.
care. I don't care what people
So
do
let's
with
do let's do
somebody else doing with their shit.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I got my kids. I'm good.
Each to
shit
their
don't
own.
affect me. Yeah, that shit don't
Each to
affect
their
me,
own.
bro. That's something I can't control. Look, this is what I'm saying, bro. I can't control that shit, and I ain't trying to. It ain't got nothing to do with me. It ain't none of my business. It is what it is. Whatever they decide, good for them.
No, come on, Word. Come on, Word. Come on.
I'm being
If you're come on, Word. Word, please. I'm sorry to do this, but we have to go there.
No,
So,
go ahead.
yeah. So your son is growing in your woman's belly. You don't care?
Well, that's hypothetical. It don't, like I said, it don't affect me. Now, will I encourage my people to do an abortion? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't encourage.
There we go.
I wouldn't encourage you, but hold on. You see, this is what I'm saying. When like everybody be wanting shit so cut and dry. I believe some people still get abortions because some people just don't need to have kids, and it'll be a better world, and they'd be better off just having a goddamn abortion. I thought
100%.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Well, let's go one further.
That's how I feel.
Let's go one further. Word, I'm sorry for doing this. I should make my own channel and talk about this shit. But we'll do this.
So you don't know word that good. I have fun with shit like this. I have fun.
Should I?
Do you not, bro? You know I sit in fucking business meeting with racist motherfuckers all day. Like, I have
So
fun
should a man have a right to have an opinion about the abortion of his child?
Yes.
I think
I
so.
agree. Stoic, there we go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Stoic's balls just Stoic just threw a third fucking ball.
If you gotta pay child support, why shouldn't you say if the child could or should not be here? if you gonna have to pay if you come here. Fuck that. That's why I'm
Yeah, but
straight, bro. I'm
yeah,
happy.
but what about my body, my choice, bro? Like, come on.
Your body, your choice,
Hey,
right? Until you put another body in your body, you
Right.
made that choice to make it a group decision after that. That's what you did with your body. You made it a group decision once you allow another. That hey, that's part of my body within your body. So
Okay.
this is
yeah, when
why.
they put,
Well, let's do
yeah,
this.
when they
Hang on.
put, yeah,
Sorry, go on.
no, Kieran, you go on. Sorry, my bad.
Well, I was
I
going to
got a
change
solution
subject.
for all that.
If you have
I
a
got
comment,
real quick. I got a solution for everything we just talked about. Make sure you're nutting the right person. You don't have to worry about none of that. You good. Just don't go ejaculating on every fucking female, and just don't let every Tom, Dick, and Harry inside you make better choices.
Yeah,
yeah, maybe,
What you
yeah.
got to do.
yeah, maybe girls don't open your fucking legs. I'm a misogynist. Sorry. I hate being that guy.
Be picky who you open your leg. No, I think women should definitely be more picky of who they open their legs to, and men should be even more pickier. Cause shit, the man gonna pay for it worse than the female. So shit, the man should be
100%.
even more. The man should be even more pickier than if I don't understand that as men. Like, bro,
I'll say it
there's
this
more
way.
women on this planet than men. Why y'all so
I'll say,
like? There's more women than men, so that means we got a bigger selection. So we should be more selective.
I'll say it this way. Girls, don't open your legs to a guy you aren't prepared to have a baby with. Just do that. That would solve half the world's fucking problems.
Hey, you know what happened to me the other not too long ago? A girl wanted to sleep with me. I go, where the condom at? She didn't have one. I walked away.
Bro.
You know what, Karen? I want to play devil's advocate too.
Sure.
I want to play devil's advocate to your statement because you saying you telling the women not to open their legs to the men. I tell the men, why would you
Ask for a condom.
Stop being so goddamn horny. That's all you have to do. Stop being so
Can't help it.
fucking
Can't help it, bro.
everything. Yes, you
Can't
can.
help it.
It's called sexual
Can't help
maturity.
it. No, hang on. Hang on. I'm going to.
That's what it's
I'm going
called.
to what's coming. Bro, come on, seriously. Can't even fucking help it. What the fuck you
Now see that make men look bad, honestly, because we're supposed to be the leaders, the visionaries, the revolutionaries, and you can't even select a female who ain't fucking crazy. Let's go put you on child support and try to cut your shit off when you sleep. What the fuck wrong with you?
Yeah.
Hey, true.
This girl.
I put the earnings on the man, bro.
No, it's true. It's true. It's true. I have tried. Before I got married, I've been married 4 years now. But before I got married, mate, I fucking tried to be the solid guy, and then some freaky bitch goes, "Oh, I want to do this, want to do that." Come on, bro. Like, who's not doing that? Who's not going to go?
Yeah, I ghost the girl that she was my customer and she wanted me, and I ghosted her because she's still texting me. Do you still want to get together? But I never reply. Like, I keep to myself in that regards.
Well, bro, with those long, lovely locks, who could fucking resist, bro? What the fuck?
No, it's true. It's true. Hey, all the fellas, we're horny, but you can't just be, trying to get your load off.
Well,
Yeah, discipline.
Well, here's my take, right? I have seen so many women complaining about men watching porn. And my solution is, women, you could end porn tomorrow by stop making it. Right?
I can't have an argument with that. Supply and demand.
Stop making it. So
No, no,
say that.
the
No, hang
the
on,
blame,
bro. Hang on, bro.
the blame.
Hang on, bro. Hang on, bro.
Yeah, go.
Hang on, bro. Hang on, bro. Hang on, bro. Okay. So here's the narrative: women are exploited by porn. Well, who parts with their money? I'm pretty sure the people who part with their money are the ones being exploited. So these girls making porn are exploiting the men because of their sex drive. Get the fuck out of here! Stop making porn. We stop making porn. We won't watch it, ladies.
Man, look, you gotta say it. You gotta say it properly. It ain't no sex drive. It's sexual immaturity. That's what it is. Motherfuckers are immature sexually. They gotta whack off or do something. They ain't got no fucking discipline. I'm only saying that when I'm mature. I understand. I'm talking from experience. I have sexual maturity now. I can look at a woman bounce her ass and I don't get horny. I'd be like, damn, she got some skills. But I don't mean I want to hit. Most people go crazy when they see a big butt. Like Commander was saying, people staring at lips and shit. Like people go fucking crazy, bro. And that should be fun. To me, it's like art.
Gotta shout out to Commander. Commander said, did Stomach make a new word? Discipline? That's word. You gotta clip that. You gotta crash out and discipline. Have some discipline, boys.
Have some Richard discipline.
Discipline. That's actually fucking awesome.
Hey, but I can't respect no man that pays for porn, or I can't respect no man that pays for OF.
Why not?
You kidding me?
OF. Yeah, no,
You're
OF
kidding me?
Fair enough. No, OF, I agree 100%. Because if you go on OF and you think you're interacting with a girl, you're speaking to some Indian guy.
I don't even know what that is. I don't know. What is it?
I have more respect. I have more respect. Say what?
What is that? Y'all say I heard the porn, but what was the other one? You said OF?
OF, yeah, OnlyFans.
OnlyFans, yeah.
Oh, okay. No. Look, I'm a little slow. So a little pink.
We don't blame you.
He's trying to take care of. He's taking care of TOS.
Yeah. I have more respect to a guy that actually goes to a brothel.
Bro, I've had some very nice conversations with women at brothels. I really have. I really have.
Let me tell y'all something, right? So y'all know I'm black. I grew up black, right? So I had a pimp. I had an uncle, right? A real life pimp. He had holes and everything. Real pimp, right? And you know what he told me? This is why I don't respect any man paying for a woman to like have sexual pleasures or whatever. But this is what my uncle told me. He said, if somebody got a hole in their backyard, you don't knock on the door and pay them to fill that hole. No, you knock on the door and they pay you to fill the hole. So don't you ever pay to fill a hole. That's real pimp shit. I never paid to fill a hole.
Right.
So the word you never paid for a date.
I knew you were about to say that. I knew you were about to say that. I paid for a date. I paid to go spend time with a chick. With another chick. Yeah, I paid for that. But I never told a chick because we went on a date, you owe me sex.
I've done that too many times.
Oh, come on, bro. Come on, bro.
No, I never did that, bro.
You're paying for all the shit. You're paying for the drinks. You're paying for the food. You weren't expecting to go back and fucking rub uglies. Come on, bro.
It's called chivalry. Nah, I never wanted to. Any girl I ever went on the first date with, and I always told them before I would never take you serious. I always told them that. If I banged you on the first, I never take you serious. I'm coming here to get to know you.
Bro, I had girls on the first date booking hotel rooms. right?
Yeah, I had that
And I
too,
go,
bro.
yeah.
I'm telling you.
But I also kind of in my mind, I said, don't respect you, but I'm going to fuck you, right? So that's like,
Wow. I know you
am I
my mind. I
bad?
told them that. Yeah, I told them that. I didn't say that shit in my head. I told them, like, if we do something, I don't take you serious. We'll never be together
Hey,
like that. We can have fun, but I will never take
no,
you serious. And I meant that shit every single time. And people get mad. They thought, oh, I give them something that, nah, bro, I told you, I don't take your ass serious. And when you try to get serious, you calling me to see. No, you only call me when we about to have fun. Other than that, you don't need to
hey,
call me. Told your ass.
yeah, word. She got big mad when I asked for a condom, and she's like, "So you don't want to do it? Not today. Not
No,
today."
I can't even get up now. So yeah, birth control, kids is the best birth control, brother. I tell you, I never have another one.
Hey, but
I didn't have one kid, brother. I'm 36 years old. Never made a mistake. My 36 years, bro. So my kids was intentional. I promise you they was.
salute,
You have people who know me,
salute,
they be like, I didn't even think his ass was gonna have kids. I wasn't playing that shit, bro. I
salute.
seen all the shit people was going on around me, my dad, my kids. I'm straight. I ain't about to go through all that crazy shit. I'm
Yeah,
good.
yeah,
There's already enough
salute.
dealing with women. Deal with a woman with a kid and see what happens. Fuck that.
Yeah, salute, 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 salute. Too many of my friends have just popped a baby, and they're not
Hmm.
really in the children's lives, right?
Right.
I, it cuts deep inside. It cuts deep inside me.
Man, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Some like my one homeboy, he gave up all parental rights. He told the kid, when you turn 18, come find me, because I ain't dealing with your mama. Bro. And like, I understand that. I'm not saying it's right at all. I'm not saying that, but I understand it. I don't have to agree with something to understand why people do that. So when I see people do that, bro, there's some people, like my one homeboy, he's going through it now. He was like, man, I don't know why I didn't listen.
Damn,
I'm like, bro, I don't know why you ain't listen to me, bro. I told you that one was
damn,
gonna be a headache. That one was
damn.
you got 18 years, but you really got more than that, bro. You got a lifetime
Yep.
to deal with this shit.
Yeah, yeah.
And people be afraid to
Too
get
many of
married.
them.
You should be more afraid to have kids. Fuck that. I'd rather get married. Look, I married my first wife and divorced with no kids. Don't have a problem with her. Imagine if I had a kid with
Salute,
her. Oh my baby. Man,
salute.
people so quick to have kids but not get married. Like, nah, just take your goddamn time and find the right person. Find somebody who will be down for
Yeah,
you like you will be down for them. That's it.
yeah,
Not hard.
yeah.
Just be patient.
Facts.
I, I, I feel proud. I feel proud. Not. I had all the chances to drop a baby by accident,
Hmm.
but I haven't, and I feel so proud.
Brother, I tell you
Yeah,
this. I tell my one.
I also never had never had no woman say, "Where's your condom?" I kind of feel proud, bro. It's like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah,
no, no, you play
yeah.
it right. You play it right. If you play that shit right, they aren't talking about condoms. Next morning they go, "Shouldn't you have put a condom on?" And you go, kind of, "No, I don't think so, girl. I was fine." But
And the funny thing is, and the funny thing is, it goes back to all the topics we've had on live about deadbeat parents. It's all because we wanted to fulfill our pleasure, right?
Hmm.
is
Yeah,
there something wrong with
I,
is there something wrong with fulfilling pleasure?
yes,
How so?
of course, of
How so?
course. Look at society. Look at it. Everyone's
But,
trying to
but
feel their pleasure.
yeah, but what if you're married? Would that change things?
That's different, of course. How many bastard childrens are there?
Oh, fucking tons, tons.
There you
Yeah,
go. My
man.
point. My point.
And I say this too, bro. If you ain't did it yet, just do it the right way or don't do it at all. That's what I tell people. You know, if you,
I'm just saying.
I mean, we
I'm
look,
just saying. I'm just saying. Don't fuck somebody you aren't prepared to have kids with.
right.
It's a rule for life.
I mean,
It's a rule for life.
I mean, now that I'm
They
older,
never,
and,
they don't listen. They don't listen.
Who's
you know,
they?
now I'm young fellas, young people.
Hey, all my mates. Hey, I'm the only person in the circle that is single, childless, not married. I'm the only one. Everybody else is married or a single parent. They have children and all the you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So how old are you?
In their 30s.
You're fine, bro. You're fine. This time, you're fine.
Yeah, but I ain't get married until I was like what, 30. I think I was like 30. I got married in 2018,
Yeah. The thing is,
and then I had my first kid a year after that. So yeah, man, you got that.
yeah. So
Shout out to Missy Mod.
Missing
Listen,
Mod. You
my
see
what
him?
up, dog?
I hung
What
around
up,
a bit in
dog?
Missing. I hung around a bit in Missing Mod's chat the
She
other day.
was live. Oh,
Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. Stoic. Here's the thing, right? Relax, because controversial take. Women age like milk, men age like wine. You will find, bro.
Hey, that's not controversial for me.
Word, how did I come for a conversation to the most misogynistic and racist panel on the internet? What the fuck's going on, bro? Come
that's y'all, bro. Don't be paying y'all no attention, man. I'm sitting here collecting data. I told y'all I'm like Steve Irwin. Y'all like test subjects, bro. I've been seeing how crazy y'all is. That's it. I'm just learning. Download information. Y'all just test subjects, bro. This is how I learn how to interact with people by interacting.
Just got a shout out to Missing Mod in the chat. Missing Mod said, when you stop getting it up, we stop caring. Bro, Gil.
Get him, Missing Mod. Get him.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
What's crazy?
Hey, there was one time I was super drunk. I couldn't get it up. I was so embarrassed. And she was really hot too.
Oh, come on. You weren't embarrassed. You weren't embarrassed. You're sorry you missed the opportunity. Get the fuck out.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Every time I couldn't get it up, I told her, good job. Thank you for saving me. This motherfucker right here, I would have regretted it. Like, hey, that higher being was looking out for me. Like, nope, we ain't gonna let this go down. I ain't never felt bad, bro. Cause that shit wasn't supposed to happen.
Missing Mod in chat. I ain't scared of no girl. Come on. Come at me, bro. We're good. No, we're good. We're good.
It only don't work when it ain't supposed to work.
I did lurk a little bit. I lurked around a little bit just to see what's going on. I think Missing Mod's pretty based. She's pretty based.
Yeah, no, she's pretty based.
Cool. Yeah, that's our people. Missing Mod cool too.
Don't be scared of a girl.
I'll be popping off soon, but word, I got to give you grace. You know, I've given myself 6 months, just to be different, get all my shit together, and I just want to say it's all because of you. I don't have too many people I can look back in life that has changed me for the better. But me seeking for help or for betterment, I found you, and you are the epitome of where I'll be very soon. I just want to give you grace.
I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that, and I gotta give you some back, bro. Because you doing the work, bro. I ain't did nothing but spoke some words, and it resonated with you. But it's you who doing the work. So, bro, I mean, it's just a testament to what I say: a better you is a better us, bro. I really believe in that, and I try to live by that. I try to be the example. And I want people around me who embody that. And like I said, I know my channel ain't popping or jumping, but y'all coming around, man. So I appreciate that, man. And that's just a testament. I mean, what you saying is just confirmation of what my intent is. Is just confirmation.
hmm hmm And I really try to embody that. A better you is a better us, And the world needs fixing. A lot of people need fixing, and if this channel can be the epitome of people getting better, I mean, it's all you. Word, it's all you.
But it's still us too, bro. Y'all make me better by coming through, by giving the confirmation, by adding to it, bro. All that make me better. So I'm telling you, it's not just me, it's us, bro. You're a part of it. You come here, you chat, you listen, you draw people to my channel. It's us, bro. I believe in that. That's why I don't try to subjugate nobody. I don't try to subjugate myself to no one particular understanding. None of that, because I'm talking about just becoming a better person. I don't care how you do it. It's even better if you share, because you might say something and I might not take the whole thing, but I just take the piece I need and I become a better person, bro. That's how this shit works, man. That's just how life works, bro. Everything influences everything. And if we can influence each other in a good way, bro, we all can grow. That's all we gotta do. Ain't gotta be. I don't compete with nobody. Ain't no competition. It's compliment. We should compliment one another. I ain't trying to compete with nobody. I got enough of that dealing with myself.
Yeah, that's so true. I was going through your playlist, and I was listening to you and Tay Eats talking about what the 9% is, and it really touched me. People coming together and actually trying to build people up.
Just got to
it don't matter.
Just got to sorry, Stoic. You're on panel, so we are the kings of the world. We have to address our minions in the chat. Missing Word said, "Word, I think you helped Wildheart." How did Missing Word? How did Word help Wildheart?
Really?
Really? Bro, look, I ain't trying to be funny, bro. Sometimes tough love is the best love, man. He after that encounter he had with me, bro came, and I recognized that. He went to rehab a couple days. He kept saying he was going to rehab. He been going to rehab since I knew him.
Missing Mod is actually saying I'm very serious. Missing Mod's making a point.
I'm telling you. No, I'm telling you, bro. Like that. That's why, like, bro. I didn't even when I went off on him, bro. If you listen to him, I told him, bro, this out of love, man. I didn't want to have to do it, but it was necessary. And people felt this way about it when I did. People felt that way about it. But that's why I never felt bad about it, because I know my intent was good. It wasn't to beat them down. It was to wake them up. Some people you can tap on the shoulder. Some people you got to take it.
Why you done got me fucked up? You got me fucked up. You got me fucked up.
You know what? One of my best friends to this day, right? You know how me and him became best friends? I broke his fucking nose, punched him right in his motherfucking face. We became best friends after that, bro. sometimes, bro, you can shake people, sometimes you can tap people, but sometimes you gotta knock their ass out for them to wake up and realize they fucking up. You know, sometimes you gotta knock them out so they can wake up.
Sometimes you gotta say. Sometimes you gotta say. Sometimes you gotta say. Go away, sort out your shit, and come back. That's leave the door open.
Hey, and word, you probably guilty is probably not the right word, but you didn't want to pop off at Wildheart like that. But everybody in chat was saying you had to. You had to.
Well, Missing Mod said, I know what a addict needs to wake up, and it's not sympathy. Fucking base. Missing Mod. Fucking Missing Mod. Damn, that's facts, bro. Girl, that's facts.
That's right. Like, bro, Missing Mod in real life, I hope addict. I hope we transition. That's one of the main reasons I went and got my coaching license so I can actually coach them. I haven't started coaching addicts yet, but I am soon. Either late this year or early next year, I'm gonna start coaching addicts. But no, I didn't. I mean, I'm just being honest. I've been around addicts my whole life. I done hurt people, and now I'm helping. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being real.
Hey, you got to play that clip where Wildheart pops off when he was crashing out.
No, like you saw his head drop, like his head drops, like fucking. It's Stoic. It's our video. Word, when you're making the video just for me, just my own video, bro. Come on.
Give me a minute, man. I'm in I've been the last month, well, the last couple days, really. But my cousin got terminal cancer, so I've been a little distracted from a lot of.
Bro, sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that.
That's why I couldn't put the show back because, I just wasn't in the mental space. I had to accept it before it happened because it ain't happened yet. But just seeing them in that position, I ain't never like it's hard, So it's just a process.
That's fucking brutal. That's brutal, bro.
Yeah. Oh shit. That's bad. But I've been a little distracted. But even this show, I had a whole when I thought of it, I was making little slides and everything, and then after that, I was like, God damn it, I didn't even upload it. I didn't even. I just been a little distracted, but
just want to say,
in the process.
No, sorry, bro.
Good. No,
sorry, bro. Just want to say, there are a bunch of people in chat who should be on panel. It's like, come on,
I've been waiting.
Get up here.
Look at them.
Look at them.
Somebody. Man, y'all, it's almost 6 o'clock here. Y'all tripping. Hold on. I'm coming to the computer. Hold on. Did Stove just donate again? Or is that? Oh, hold on. My computer.
No, it's Stoic. Stoic. So word.
Let me play Crash Out for Stove. Let me play Crash Out for Stove real quick.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Crash Out.
Hold on. What the hell was that? Okay. Where is... Oh, here we go.
Said do it for the 9.
Keyword is consistency, right? Sometimes you just want to crash out.
It follows.
I don't agree with your tactic.
You let me finish sentences because I fucking interrupt me because you know you're fucking wrong.
Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out. Sometimes you just want to crash out.
What's the real shit? If I hear in the business, I slap the dog pull out of shot. Fuck you think you is, boy? Take my comments to weakness, you got me fucked up. Once you got me fucked up, you got me fucked up.
Oh my god. Why you do me like that, bro?
Bill, go in live for Stoic. Here you go, bro. In my bathrobe.
doing the thing.
The onion dance. What now?
Who's signing his name for him? I actually added to that. I actually got a more extended version and a cleaner edit. And a little cleaner edit than that.
Yeah, the only thing was, I should have.
My bad, go ahead.
I should have opened my robe a little bit wider. I should have opened my robe. and by the way, I was legit signing my name. I was legit doing that.
I know, that's why I was laughing, but like
You have a lot of good content. I was going through your playlist, Word. A lot of good content. A lot of good content.
what's going on here? Garrett? Sound like a damn demon was coming out of there. Like an exorcist. For the family, I appreciate that, bro. You know what, bro? It's a whole. I think it's still on my StreamYard. I'm gonna have to edit it. But bro, I erased 500 videos, bro. I would have had over 1,000 videos by now. I did so much. When I first started, bro. My wife was at home. She wasn't. He didn't go back to work yet. My son was small, and I didn't have my daughter, so I was coming on like 2-3 times sometimes. And I was pumping out so much content. I just had so much to say, and but I had to erase a lot of it because of the way I made it.
No, it's all good. Hey, regardless, but your playlist, there's a lot of good things to listen to. I don't know whoever's listening, but there's a lot of good content to be listened to. If you're really about bettering yourself, making the world a better place, I think this is the channel to be at. I think we all want to see each other strive. We all want to see each other thrive. And I think we all want to be proud of each other for doing the work.
It's true.
That's
it's
why.
true, but it's true. It's
that's what
true.
I'm
But
about.
Missing Mod said, Kieran, keep your demons. What the fuck? No. Just engaging with chat. Missing Mod is fucking on my back. What the fuck are you talking about, girl? Keep my demons. I will not keep my demons. I'm gonna keep those guys to the fucking curb. Now she's saying, I'm not listening. Are you really? Really? This is insane. It's insane. Missing Mod. Hang on. I've got to walk to the TV to see it because I'm fucking old and blind. Okay. I'm trolling you because you are very touchy. I'm touchy. No, Missing Mod, what I am is anti-narrative. I'm anti I'm anti all the narratives.
Ozzy,
Yeah, bro.
Ozzy.
Yeah.
What are you about?
I'm about what makes people flourish.
You wish to see people flourish?
Yeah.
Yep. And how do you practice? How do you practice that?
By speaking the truth.
By truth.
No.
Yeah.
The truth.
The truth. Do you think your words get through people?
Yes.
Do you have results?
Yes.
All right. Yep. I'm about that too. Yeah. Hey, everything you've said too, Kieran, since I've known you, you've always been about that. So let me give you some grace, Kieran. But keep Keep your robe on though.
You asked Stoic, you asshole. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. and yes, I will. Yes, I will.
Giving people advice in his robe. Wow.
Well. Tell me it's wrong. Tell me it's wrong, bro.
It ain't wrong.
There you go.
You can see your hands. Cool. Just keep your hands on the table.
Much love to all of y'all. Thank you so much, Word. Thank you so much, Kieran. Yeah, I'll be back.
Yeah, so I'm about to end the show. My daughter just woke up. My son about to go to school in like 2 hours, so I'm about to fill it. I got a client in 4 hours.
Stoic, God bless, brother. And Word, while we're doing that, I'm gonna go too because Missing Mod chased me out of the fucking panel. Fuck that girl. She done fucked me up. Not really.
Listen, Mod, you keep that up, I'm gonna make you an administrative moderator. I told you I'm gonna kidnap you. I'm gonna make Mr. Mod part of the 9 in a minute. She's gonna walk around. She's like, I ain't no Christian. I'm a 9.
Missing Mod's got fighting words. Come at me, bro. Hey, the Word. Thank you so much for having me up. It's been a great night.
Oh, for sure, man. I appreciate that. It was well worth it, man. So I appreciate you for blessing the brother, man. You made it even more worth it, bro. I appreciate that, man. Shout out to everybody who took the time. Shaw Woman in the building. What up, son? I was over there when you was playing the guitar. I was in the bushes. Shout out to Shaw Woman, man. But yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man. I appreciate y'all. But I gotta, special thanks to my brother Stoic. But I mean, hey, man.
Of course. Word, you're doing a good thing. Good night, brother.
I appreciate it. Have a good night. And I hope this live kind of, I know we went off topic, but I hope it gave more an example of when I say I'm a spiritual being having a human experience. I'm not calling myself God. I don't think I'm God. I just got the essence of God within me because it was given to me by God. So, yeah, I am that. I ain't going to be limited to nothing that's not beneficial to my experience here on this earth. I'm only here for a limited time, and I'm trying to do it the right way. And I hope you are too, I hope you are too. So if you resonate with this message, shout out to you, man. Come on. Let's build, man. I don't care what you believe in, or I don't care who in your bed or none of that stuff. What is important is that we come together and build on the things we can build on. Things we can't build on, then we can't build on it. That's fine. That's okay. That don't have to be an issue. As long as we focus on what we can do positively together, we can get that done. That's what I believe in, and that's why I'm here. You gonna resonate with some people you're not. You go repel. Some people you gonna be attracted to. Some people you go repel from. So that's just life. But I'm just trying to be around the people who I can attract to most. So I appreciate y'all coming over here doing that attraction thing. I appreciate that. But y'all know what I always say: care about how you feel. These conversations to build nation. And if I say anything that resonated with you, do me a favor, hit that share button, tell somebody, help me spread the word. And again, do me a favor, man, hit that like, but I'm trying to get like 20 likes, bro. I can't get up 20 likes. Can I get 20 likes? Can you tell somebody to just come over here and like it? They ain't even have to watch it, just like it. I'm just playing, but no, I'm not playing. I do want like, but yeah, shout out to y'all, man. Have a good one.